Hello, am I live, Carlos? Yes? Okay, I guess everybody's hearing me. Well, good morning for everybody here in Brazil, and good afternoon for those that are in other places, like in London. We have already Quentin waiting for his talk here in the private chat here with us. And we will have first of all, I would like to thank you all as a participant of the 5th Advanced School of Nanomedicine to be here today. I hope that you guys have the opportunity to really talk with these amazing speakers that we will have today. So we will have 5 speakers in this 5th Advanced School of Nanomedicine. Our first speaker is Cindy Dennis from NIST, from National Institute of Standard and Technology. I would like to invite her to enter in the room. Carlos, could you let her enter, please? Hi, Cindy. Are you hearing me?
Hi, how are you doing?
How are you? I'm fine, and you?
I'm doing well.
Great. So we should be starting soon. Let me just tell everybody a little bit about Cindy. Cindy is a research physicist in the material measurement laboratory at the National Institute of Standards and Technology. Her research focuses on magnetic characterization, including methods, instrumentation, and standard reference materials of 0D, 1D, 2D, 3D magnetic materials. She has authored and co-authored over 70 peer-reviewed publications, as well as 4 book chapters and over 175 conference presentations, including 30 invited talks. This one would be 31st, 31. She is the project leader for the Magnetic Materials Metrology project at NIST, and the project lead for the NIST project on thermal magic. That I guess that she will be talking a little bit with us about that, at least partially. Cindy, it is really great that you are here. Thanks for accepting our invitation and the opportunity to share your knowledge with us here in Brazil. Thank you, Cindy.
Great. Thank you very much, Andres. Can everyone see the slides?
Yes, we're hearing Cindy.
Can you see the slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Good morning. So you may be wondering at this point how a talk on temperature, on the measurement of temperature, ended up in a school on nanomedicine. The reason for this is that the fundamental technique of magnetic particle imaging, which you'll hear about more later on today from Steve Connolly, has its origins in nanomedicine. Furthermore, temperature also plays a role in the synthesis of nanomaterials in biology, if you think about running a fever or inflammation, and bioscaffolding, and many, many other places. Furthermore, I'm also going to emphasize the importance of characterization in the development of nanomaterials that can be used in nanomedicine. So with that, where is temperature used? The answer is, of course, everywhere, but there's no good way, or there was no good way, of measuring the temperature throughout a volume. So how could we do it? So we could do it with, for example, thermocouples, which are contact methods, but they tend to be intrusive and spatially averaging. We could also use optical methods such as IR cameras or quantum dots, but they were either limited to a surface only or they required optical transparency. And what we were really looking for was developing a way where we could measure the temperature throughout a volume. So we wanted microscale 3D spatial resolution with 25 millikelvin temperature accuracy that was traceable to the SI. And so this led to the development of thermal magnetic particle imaging. And so the idea behind this is you use magnetic fields in order to select a volume. And we use magnetic fields because they penetrate through many materials nearly unattenuated. And then they can be used to probe the magnetization of a small nano object in that selected volume, which we can then use to measure the temperature. We focused initially on temperature measurement around room temperature because this was actually the most challenging region. But according to the design of the nano objects that you're using, there's no reason why you cannot extend the temperature range of operation of this instrument down to low temperatures or to much higher temperatures. So how does the volume selection work? So I mentioned previously that this was based off of a technique called magnetic particle imaging that was originally developed back in 2005. And the basic property of MPI is that it uses the nonlinear response of the magnetization. And so this graph here shows a plot of the magnetization as a function of field. And this is a typical curve called a hysteresis loop. And if you apply a very small AC magnetic field, so it's varying with time, centered about 0, then the magnetization is going to trace out this portion of the hysteresis loop. This comes over here and is represented as the magnetization as a function of time. We can then, of course, take a Fourier transform of this in order to see the higher order harmonics. We have what is called the fundamental frequency, the 1F, which is always going to be ignored because this also contains this drive frequency here. So we're always focusing on these higher order harmonics. And when you have a nonlinear response, you have a signal in these higher order harmonics, and this is the signal that you're measuring. If you, on the other hand, shift your AC magnetic field out somewhere close to what we call saturation, where this loop turns over and doesn't continue to increase because you've aligned all the magnetic moments, then you can see that the magnetic response drops down significantly. It either is flat or it becomes something that's very linear. If you take the Fourier transform of this, then your signal drops significantly, and this is a region where you actually can't get any signal. So we can now measure something within a field-free region, but how do we generate that field-free region? And the simplest way of doing it is to apply very large magnetic field gradients. So you would have 3 sets of orthogonal coil pairs that generate magnetic field gradients, and they cancel out in one particular point. I'm using the field-free point for simplicity. There are also other geometries, which I suspect that Steve will probably talk about later. So once you have this field-free point, then the regions outside of this have large magnetic fields, which shift you out towards saturation. And this is the only region where when you apply that AC magnetic field, you're going to get a signal. So this is an example of an instrument. So you can clearly see we have our orthogonal coil pairs that generate the volume selection. We have a set of drive coils that generate the AC magnetic field that's probing across the entire volume of the sample. And then we have some sort of magnetic detector. This magnetic detector could be a flux gate, it could be a Hall sensor, it could be some sort of magnetoresistant sensor, or the most sensitive superconducting quantum interference devices, or SQUIDs. For our purposes, we primarily used copper-based pickup coils. So now that we have our volume selection, how do we measure our temperature? Well, for good temperature measurement, you need a property with a strong change in the temperature. And this would look something like, for a magnetic material, a magnetization that has a region with a significant change as a function of the temperature. And ideally, we want to tune this region to be operating near room temperature. This is analogous if you think about the old mercury thermometers. The property there was the density had a significant change as a function of temperature. So once we have this change, if we make a measurement at T1, we get our AC hysteresis that looks like this. We make a measurement at T2, we have an AC hysteresis that looks like this. These differences between these become more apparent when you actually do the Fourier transforms, because you can see that the amplitude of the components does vary. And this amplitude difference is how we are able to measure the temperature. It's the temperature sensitivity of these different components. So this is an example of a real data set. So you can see we have all of these higher order harmonics measurable out to about 35 times the fundamental frequency. We're picking on just one single harmonic. This is the 5F. And this is the 2D image of what happens when we look at that particular harmonic as a function of position. You can clearly see the regions where we have the presence of the magnetic nano objects that we're probing. And you can also see the difference in the temperature that we have in the different regions of this sample. So with this single harmonic, we're able to produce our thermal magnetic particle image, or TMPI. So the other important thing to note, now that we have both the temperature sensitivity and the volume selection, is also what kind of resolution can we get in volume? Well, if you take the derivative of the hysteresis loop, that was that M versus H curve, and you plot it, you get what's called a point spread function. And the point spread function looks something like this. The amplitude of the signal tells you something about the signal strength, but the full width at half max tells you something about the resolution. It's proportional to the resolution. So the narrower the full width at half max, then the finer the resolution, spatial resolution that you can achieve. So what are the design parameters for good thermometers? Well, we have 3 requirements. For a thermometer, we need good thermosensitivity. We also need good signal so that we can read it. And we also need good spatial resolution so that we can get that microscale resolution that we're seeking. And all of these, it turns out, become, to a certain extent, mutually competitive. So if we look at them one by one, so to get this desired large change in the magnetization, an easy temperature-dependent property is the Curie temperature and the Néel temperature. This is the transition between a ferromagnet and a paramagnet for a Curie temperature, or an antiferromagnet and a paramagnet for the Néel temperature. The only problem is that when you're up in this region, you have great signal, but when you're down in this region, you can have a significantly reduced signal, which may make it very difficult to detect the nano objects and measure their temperature at the upper end of your temperature range. So how can we look at improving the spatial resolution? Well, we can look at playing with the size, because it turns out that depending on the size of the nanoparticles and corresponding with the magnetic field gradients that we're applying to do the volume selection, we can decrease the resolution. We also can shift over and go to higher harmonics, which will improve the spatial resolution. The difficulty, of course, is that when you go to higher harmonics, you can see a drop off in the signal. And if you go to larger and larger particles, you can also see an impact on the signal. So balancing all of these requirements becomes a challenge. The way that we do this is actually engineering of the magnetic nano objects. But one thing I want to emphasize in this engineering is that we are engineering them for a defined temperature range. A given nano object system will not operate over whatever temperature range you want. They are actually predefined. So this is an example of an iron gadolinium iron trilayer system. And you can see our operating temperature range is from just above 100 Kelvin to about 275 Kelvin. In contrast, if we work with cobalt oxide MNOs, then we're actually in a temperature region that's just above 150 Kelvin to about 230 Kelvin. So you have to engineer the magnetic nano objects not only for your design requirements of good signal thermosensitivity and spatial resolution, but also for their operating temperature range. So what specific properties are we engineering about our system? So the 2 that we're engineering are, number 1, the interfacial magnetic coupling in magnetic multi-layer systems. So we can change this between a coupling which is ferromagnetic, which you can see in this case where you have parallel spins, to one which would be antiferromagnetic, which is when the spins are anti-parallel, or just where we're changing the strength of the coupling. We can also play with the interparticle magnetic coupling. So this was based on some work also out of Steve Connolly's group in 2021, where they looked at the impact of chaining on the MPI signal. And so we focused on how can we control this interparticle magnetic coupling, because one of the things we know from prior work is that the magnetic interactions will also control the magnetic anisotropy. So to satisfy these competing demands, we investigated 3 different parameters. We looked at composition control, we looked at multi-layer systems, and we looked at the interactions. So for the composition control, we started with electrodeposited platinum nickel. Platinum nickel was chosen because changing the alloy composition, so changing the amount of nickel present in the system, allows us to tune what the Curie temperature is. And so these are the magnetization versus temperature curves. So where you can see this very rapid fall off, this is actually the Curie temperature. When we plot the Curie temperature as a function of the amount of nickel in the system, you can very clearly see that we get a variation between just below 200 Kelvin to almost 400 Kelvin over a composition range of about 30%. So we get a significant variation. But how do we take this magnetization versus temperature curve and translate this into something that's comparable for other thermometer systems? And the answer is we have to define a magnetic thermosensitivity. And so thermosensitivity in general is defined by the change in your physical property as a function of temperature normalized by the temperature over that physical property. So for us, it would be the change in the magnetization as a function of temperature normalized by the temperature over the magnetization value. For PRT, you can see as a function of temperature, this is the actual value of how they behave. A thermistor has a slightly better thermosensitivity. Note that this is on a log scale. And these are different compositions of our systems. And you can clearly see that over a very large temperature range, we are certainly doing better than PRTs, these platinum resistance thermometers. And in some cases, we're actually doing significantly better than thermistors as well. We also look at electrodeposited platinum cobalt because we could extend the temperature range over which we could get these Curie temperatures present. So you can see we have a much broader range here, over 100 Kelvin to 400 Kelvin. Again, this is a plot of the magnetization amplitude. When we plot the thermosensitivity, we do see a bit of a reduction in that we only have one case where we kind of come on par with a thermistor, but we are significantly better than PRTs over a very wide temperature region. So then we went and we looked at multi-layered system. We started out with a ferrite system, so we have an iron oxide that's present. Then we made the multi-layers in either a nanoflower form where we have our ferrite core and we have cobalt oxide petals that form around that core, or a cluster of the ferrite and the cobalt oxide. One of the things I do want to point out in this nanoflower is that where we have the interface between the iron oxide, our ferrite, and our cobalt oxide, we actually form a cobalt ferrite. And this cobalt ferrite is what's allowing us to vary the interfacial coupling between the different materials. So again, we look at the magnetization as a function of temperature. For clarity, these are normalized to a 0 to 1 scale so that you could see the shape of all of the curves in the same plot. We have a very low thermosensitivity as a function of temperature for the ferrite particles. In contrast, the nanoflowers show a very sharp rise at low temperatures and then something that is much shallower. And the clusters show a very broad range. This translates into a thermosensitivity of about 10 at very low temperatures, around 200 Kelvin for the nanoflowers, and something that is about 6 over a region from about 200 Kelvin up to about 270 Kelvin for the clusters. In contrast, the PRT and the plain ferrite particles have essentially the same thermosensitivity. We get no improvement over existing technology. So what kind of signal do we get out of these? Because we know the ferrite particles work quite well in magnetic particle imaging. And this was measured at a frequency of 1 kilohertz and an AC field amplitude of 21 millitesla. And we're able to recover in the nanoflowers about 93% of the signal of that original ferrite. It's a little bit reduced for the clusters, but all of that is dependent upon the field frequency combination that's chosen. So then the next thing that we looked at was the interactions. And we controlled the interactions in this case by controlling the size. because we know from the magnetics that the size will dictate what the magnetic moment, and that will dictate what kind of dipolar fields are produced by each of the nanoparticles, and therefore what kind of interaction we can have. And so we use heating and therefore temperature to control the size. We can vary it from 12 nanometers up to 25 nanometers, but the bulk of what I'm going to show you is going to focus on the 15 nanometer, 20 nanometer, and 25 nanometer systems. So this is looking at the intensity of the signal that we get across all the different harmonics as a function of that AC drive field amplitude. And so you can see for the 15 nanometers, we get essentially a straight line. But for the 20 and 25 nanometer magnetic nano objects, we see a very sharp increase. We see an onset of where we get substantial signal. And if we look at the actual plots of the magnetization as a function of time, you can see that in this region down here, we have some variation in the intensity, but we essentially see a sinusoidal curve. So we're in something that is very close to a linear regime, which is why we have very low signal. If we shift out the region that we're looking at, and we look at a region where the 20 has had its onset, you get something that's significantly different. Specifically, you get this very large peak, which is represented as the nonlinear response. We need our higher order terms in order to see that. If we go out still further, you can see the onset of the 25 nanometers peak. And so you can clearly see that here, the 20 nanometer is bigger. You still mostly have a sinusoidal curve for the 15 nanometer, although you do have a very small peak that becomes present. So one of the questions that we asked is, well, we think that we probably have interactions in these systems, but can we actually confirm it? And so the first evidence that we had for that was using a technique called dynamic light scattering in order to measure the hydrodynamic diameter of the magnetic nano objects. So this represents whatever object you have in solution as a sphere. So it's an effective diameter of the system. And what we found is that our hydrodynamic diameter is, as expected, a little bit bigger for the 15 and 20 nanometer. But when you get out to the 25 nanometer, you don't even see a signal around the region when you expect it. All you see is a signal out at significantly higher hydrodynamic diameters, which tells us that we have clustering. We can see a little bit of this clustering present in some of the 15 and 20 nanometers, but it's really the dominant component out here in the 25 nanometer. So then we went and we did cryo-TEM, transmission electron microscopy, where we created a very thin sample and flash froze it so we could lock in whatever structures were present in the system. And in zero magnetic field, you can see kind of the individual magnetic nano objects, but you can also see flux closure structures, these rings that have formed. In contrast, if we apply a magnetic field to the system, then what you see is you see chains. They're not perfectly straight chains, they have variable length, but you do see chain formation, and you see fewer of these individual systems, and we don't see any of the flux closure structures. So we know that we've got chain formation that's going on in these systems, but what is the energetics? Why do we have things that open up? What is the impact of having these rings versus these chains or needles? And so if we do a ground state comparison using micromagnetics, so we're simulating what happens to the individual spins inside these structures. And for the flux closure structures, these rings, they have very little variation of their energy as a function of the applied magnetic field. In contrast, for the chains or these needles, they have a very strong dependence on their energy as a function of the applied magnetic field. And so at some point, there's a crossover between what is the most favorable structure. At very low fields, we have these flux closure structures, these rings. At higher fields, they open up to form chains, which is exactly what we saw in the cryo-TEM. And since we know that chain formation results in additional colloidal magnetic anisotropy that's present in the system, and that has a profound impact on the response in MPI, we know that this is the origin of the onset that we see in these systems. So we know we have field dependence, but what about temperature dependence? So we look very specifically in this case at the third harmonic, but you could equally choose other harmonics. And you can see that we have a fairly sharp region of differing regions where we see temperature dependence. And in fact, the sign of that temperature dependence can change according to what region of the peak amplitude you're looking at. So for example, in here, you'll have one sign and then it flips and goes positive when you're in this region. If we take specifically this region out here and blow it out, then we get a linear slope with an amplitude of 10.4 microvolts per Kelvin. That is well within the resolution of the electronics. So we are well able to differentiate over this range of temperature in these systems. I want to point out that while this particular harmonic does show a linear dependence, we have no requirement that there be a linear dependence on temperature in order to calibrate the signal. So to prove that we can do both spatial and temperature imaging, we created a phantom. So where we have a gel system where we have 4 pillars, and inside of these pillars are our magnetic nano objects. And then we go through and we measure 2D slices as a function of Z position. And in each of these slices, we're looking at the 2D image that's generated. So we take the sample, and in this configuration, you can clearly see the different spots for those 4 pillars of nano objects. When we rotate it by 90 degrees, you can clearly see that we get a rotation in the angle of those pillars as well, which corresponds. So what kind of spatial resolution can we get? And so we made another phantom where we put these pillars at different spacings. And you can clearly see that we have a well-defined spacing at less than 500 micron spatial resolution. We do get a bit of blurring in the Y dimension, which was expected at 250 microns, but we can still differentiate it in the X dimension. And this was imaging over 0.1 seconds. We can also see the temperature gradient. So this was measurements at a variety of temperatures, and you can see the change in the intensity as a function of what the temperature is. So we are able to measure the change in the temperature as well as the spatial positioning of these systems. This is data focused on the 7th harmonic. This is data on the 9th harmonic. So we do have slightly different spatial resolution and signal amplitudes between these. To get temperature traceability, we have to be able to trace things back to the SI. And for temperature, this is represented by the International Temperature Scale of 1990, or ITS 90. The physical artifact of that, which is the physical representation of the ITS 90 in this case, is the standard platinum resistance thermometer. What we actually use are transfer artifacts called PT100, which are also platinum resistance thermometers, but they are calibrated off of the standard platinum resistance thermometers. And then these PT100s can be inserted into different instruments and swapped out with ease in order to give us the traceable thermometry. So in order to demonstrate temperature traceability, we had to develop a precision coaxial gas thermostat. This is a non-imaging system so that we have the AC field amplitude for our volume, for our signal detection. And this gives us plus or minus 5 millikelvin uniformity and plus or minus 10 millikelvin uncertainty. When we have our large magnetic field gradients that are also applied to the system, we see a significant reduction in the uncertainty to plus or minus 120 millikelvin. But in this coaxial gas thermostat, we are able to demonstrate a better than 25 millikelvin measured accuracy traceable to the SI at room temperature. So this is a plot of the uncertainty. This is our 25 millikelvin line. So you see we achieve that at something on the order of 0.02 0.02 seconds. When we're at 0.1 seconds, which is our desired operating regime, we have something that's closer to about 10 millikelvin. And the gradient that we're seeing as a function of time, and this is time over hours, is only that plus or minus 5 millikelvin region. So we are well able to identify and measure this uncertainty in our system. There is a trade-off. the longer between the amount of averaging time and the spatial resolution that you're looking for. So you have to select this for the specific application. So the final piece, we wanted to compare the best engineered systems that we were able to manufacture with a commercial system, which for magnetic nanoparticle imaging, or magnetic particle imaging, is Vivotrax. And when we compare that, we get 33 times improved signal, 10 times improved spatial resolution, and about 50 times improved thermosensitivity. So we are able to engineer systems that will work. So what's the next stage that we're going to with this? And the next stage is looking at TMPI with temperature control, where our temperature control is done through hyperthermia, so we're heating. And this also has a lot of applications in biomedicine, specifically because hyperthermia is also a cancer treatment, which has been integrated into MPI scanners so that you can use the MPI scanner also to do volume selection for where you're doing your hyperthermia and monitor what's going on in the system. So I want to define a couple of terms before I get into this characterization, because this is a very characterization heavy section. And the first one is magnetic anisotropy. I mentioned this previously, but magnetic anisotropy is really the dependence of the internal energy on the direction of the magnetization. So if I have a spin pointing up, it has an energy barrier here that it has to cross in order to reverse the magnetization. The height of this energy barrier is the magnetic anisotropy. Here we can measure it with longitudinal AC susceptibility and vector magnetometry. I'm happy to answer more questions about those techniques if there's interest. We also use a technique called small angle neutron scattering. This is analogous to small angle X-ray scattering and also X-ray diffraction, which are techniques that people are more familiar with. And SANS gives us information on the size and morphology. So you have your neutrons come in, they interact with the sample, and then you have a 2D image that's created. One of the important things to note about this is that the neutron does have a magnetic moment associated with it, so we can measure the magnetization of the materials that we're interacting with. So we take this 2D image and we can do an average where we look over a sector and plot as a function of Q going outwards, or we can average over radially over the whole thing. When we do that, we get plots of the intensity as a function of that Q vector. The Q vector is inversely proportional to a distance. And we're not looking at the intensity. The intensity of the signal doesn't matter. What we're looking at is actually the shape of the curve. So do we have a peak in it? Because this can indicate the presence of the interactions and the spacing that's associated with that. And then the shape of this curve will tell us something about the structures that are formed, what kind of structures, the average number of particles in this, and other details. But it's very heavily model dependent, so we do have to rely on other techniques to give us additional information to understand. So the system we're working with here is actually a multi-crystal nanoflower core. These are a system that are of great interest in MPI and hyperthermia because you can engineer what is going on inside of the nanoparticles. And so we have two different cores. We have an iron oxide, a ferrite, and then we also have a cobalt ferrite. And then we have two different stabilizations. One is electrostatic and the other one is steric. So we do the usual physical characterization of these. So we're able to confirm that in the ferrite sample, we have grains of about 13 to 50 nanometers, forming a core that's overall approximately 30 nanometers. For the cobalt ferrite, our grain size is about 10 nanometers, and the nanoflower core is on the order of about 28 nanometers. So looking at our SANS as a function of the applied magnetic field, you can see the development of a peak when you're looking parallel to the magnetic field. You don't see something similar when you look perpendicular to the magnetic field. And this peak originates from long-range order, parallel, and there's no evidence of these correlations perpendicular to the magnetic field. So we have chain formation, but just single chains, not columns, which are clusters of chains. This was for the ferrite. We see something similar for the cobalt ferrite. The only difference is that generally the chains and clusters are bigger in the cobalt ferrite than they are in the just ferrite system. So this is an example of a physical structure that matches the data that we see. So at low fields in the electrostatically stabilized systems, we have quadrupole and tripole structures that form. In the sterically stabilized systems, we have dipoles that formed. In both cases, as you increase the field, you increase the amount of chaining, and you can also increase the amount of branching that occurs as well. So when we look at the magnetic response, again, this is the magnetization as a function of applied magnetic field. These look very typical for magnetic nanoparticle systems. When we look at the AC susceptibility, specifically in this sterically stabilized system, we see a peak in the imaginary component. And this peak can be correlated with the magnetic anisotropy. But here we don't know if that's correlated with a grain, a nanoflower, or a dipole within the system. And so we can calculate it for all of them. As I'll show you a bit later on, this actually corresponds to the value that we see for the nanoflower. In terms of the AC susceptibility for the cobalt ferrite, we again see something that's quite similar, where we see this peak. This peak corresponds to a slightly larger value for the magnetic anisotropy for the nanoflower. But we see an unusual behavior that shows up in the electrostatically stabilized cobalt ferrite system. This is a very atypical hysteresis loop. And so one of the things that we looked at was this repeatable? Was it an artifact of the measurement, or is this something that really is a property of the system? And it really was a property of the system. And we were able to demonstrate that by actually going through and using micromagnetic simulations again. And so we did this with chains of different orientation. And so you can clearly see in this case here, where we have two chains with a cubic spacing. So that looks something like this, which is what we'd expect with these dipole structures. Then we have this very sharp drop off. And then we have, we have a rounded drop off before we have a sharp one. We have distributions that are present in our system, which is why we have a bit of a longer tail that's present. We also have a transition in this region where we go up to slightly more complicated structures, which gives us some of these steps out at higher fields. So now we used vector magnetometry in order to measure the different components of the magnetic anisotropy. I'm going to focus primarily on this one, which tells us the magnetic anisotropy along the length of the chain. And you can see for the ferrite systems that there's not really a significant difference between the value of the anisotropy between the two stabilizations. There is a measurable difference, but they're pretty similar to each other. In contrast, for the cobalt ferrite system, we get almost a factor of 2 difference between the electrostatically stabilized system and the sterically stabilized, where the electrostatically stabilized system has the larger value for the anisotropy. For the saturation magnetization, I want to point out that in both of these cases, these are significantly reduced compared to what you would expect for the bulk value of these materials. And so that was intriguing in itself, particularly because of the size of this reduction in the cobalt ferrite. It is way more reduced than what we were expecting. And this turns out, when we did polarization analyzed sands, so we look at the magnetization in the material, that we've actually formed a core shell structure in these systems. And the shell has a significantly reduced magnetization, even over what the core does. And that overall reduces the average value that's measured through magnetometry. So what's the impact when we look at hyperthermia? Well, the ferrite particles are pretty similar in terms of their heating properties as a function of applied magnetic field. So this is the specific loss power, or the heat that they are able to transmit. And this is the peak amplitude of the field. And you can see that they are well above the requirement of 100 watts per gram for clinical use. In contrast, the cobalt ferrite systems don't perform nearly as well. But what's particularly important is that we do get about a factor of 2 difference in the magnitude between the electrostatically stabilized cobalt ferrite and the sterically stabilized cobalt ferrite. And this corresponds very nicely with that factor of 2 that we measured in the magnetic anisotropy, knowing that the magnetic anisotropy is going to be the piece that controls what kind of heat output we get. So this difference originates through the clustering of the system, and this increased clustering in the electrostatically stabilized system is able to help us overcome the overall reduction that we saw through the reduction in the saturation magnetization. For magnetic particle imaging, we look at the point spread function. What's important to note is that the signal and the full width at half max for the ferrites are very similar here. You get a slight difference in the full width of half max. But when you look at the cobalt ferrite system, you have a significant drop in the signal intensity, with the electrostatically stabilized system again being better than the sterically stabilized system. So that increase in the anisotropy because of the clustering and the electrostatically stabilized system becomes very important in helping us to overcome the detriment because of the reduction in the overall magnetic anisotropy and saturation magnetization because of that shell. This is also important because in MPI, the anisotropy has a sweet spot. So if you're too big, then over the region over which you're applying your AC magnetic field, this becomes a very nice linear slope, so you get no signal. And if you go to, if it becomes too small, then you have a region that again starts to look very linear, and so you don't get a strong signal in the system. So we've been able to demonstrate TMPI with temperature control via hyperthermia. And of particular importance is the identification of a core cell structure that results in an overall significant reduction in the magnetic anisotropy for the cobalt ferrites. We can attenuate this by the formation of denser packed clusters and chains and the electrostatically stabilized. But I want to point out that the nanoflowers and the iron oxide were equally good regardless of what the coating was on the system. And so what this tells you is that when you're designing the system, something that works very well, the nanoflower structure for the ferrites, does not necessarily work very well when you switch the composition, for example, over to the cobalt ferrite. So care must be taken in designing the systems, because just because something works in one case doesn't mean it will work in another. So this work is not done in a vacuum. There are a number of people, both within NIST and at other facilities, also companies and the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine who are involved in this work. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Hello, Cindy. Excellent job. I think that I have... Are you hearing me well?
Yes, I can hear you.
Well, I think that we have a lot of questions. We have some questions from the audience. Carlos, can you put some of those questions here, please? So the first question is, Cindy, you mentioned hyperthermia. Your system maintains its spatial and temperature resolutions when the nanoparticles are the heat source.
So yes, there are two ways of doing the hyperthermia. So you can do hyperthermia where you have a second set of particles which are actually doing the heating piece of it, and you do the temperature measurement with a set that are much smaller, such that their anisotropy does not result in heat. That will give you the finest temperature control in a region. But if you're also wanting to know what kind of heat output you're getting, you can combine them so that the same nanoparticles that are doing the hyperthermia are also doing the temperature measurement, because the frequency at which you're probing them is quite different between the two systems.
So you're doing the hyperthermia in what frequency? And you're detecting at 20 kilohertz or something like that?
So the detection we're using is actually very low frequency. So MPI is typically something on the order of 40 kilohertz. Our systems tend to work better at lower frequencies, so something like 5 kilohertz. And then the hyperthermia is at much higher frequencies. So for example, somewhere between 150 and just below megahertz. The data that I showed was at 349 kilohertz.
I see. Okay. Carlos, other questions? Yes. So Marcos is asking, what is the main difficulty of in producing nanoflowers?
Sorry, the main difficulty?
Yeah, I guess that trying to do in the synthesis process, I guess.
So the idea behind the nanoflowers and why they work well in the iron oxides was actually to control the internal magnetic domain structure and the coupling between the grains, because the two are directly correlated. Because we had earlier work that demonstrated that internal magnetic domain structure has a very strong impact on what the heating output that you can get is. And so you're trying to control that. And by having these different grains, they have different crystallographic orientations. You have oftentimes a slightly different layer, which is going to affect the coupling. And so you can get a similar magnetic anisotropy, but things can be fairly you're well able to control the magnetic anisotropy in the system. You can tune it in that case. But the difficulty becomes that when you change the materials, you're working with different possibilities of what that interfacial magnetic coupling is, what the material might be, for example. And so in the cobalt ferrite, it is very, very dependent upon the amount of cobalt that's present, the placement of the cobalt within the crystallographic axes. So is it a tetrahedral site or an octahedral site? What kind of bonding do you have? And so one of the interesting points in the sands is that we did not see a compositional variation that formed the core shell. It was more of a magnetic frustration that was forming that shell.
I see. Well, Carlos, we have other question, I guess, from Gustavo Soares da Silva. How did you measure the magnetic anisotropy? And guys, please feel free to also tell where you are from, so the speakers would also identify which university that you're making the question to.
Okay, so we use two techniques to measure the magnetic anisotropy. I actually have an example here. So one of the techniques we used was something called vector magnetometry. And so this makes use of a VSM, which has two sets of pickup coils that are arranged orthogonally. So in our case, if our magnetic field direction is here, we have our one pickup coil pair here, and another one that is a 90 degrees offset along this dimension. And so that allows us to measure the vector magnetization in the plane. We're not measuring the magnetization out of the plane. So then you have the choice of, you can rotate the sample or you can rotate the magnetic field. What we actually do is rotate the magnetic field. So we rotate the electromagnet physically around the system, because that reduces the artifacts that we see, because this is, for all intents and purposes, a homogeneous field. And when we do that rotation and we plot the angle between the moment and, as a function of the field angle, you get something, for example, that could look like this. And so this, it turns out that this torque that we're measuring is the derivative of the anisotropy energy as a function of angle. And then you have a phenomenological model that can represent this torque with different components. So you have a sine theta, 2 theta, 3 theta, 4 theta term. And then these have represent different components of the magnetic anisotropy. So for example, in iron oxide, the magnetocrystalline anisotropy is cubic, but we're also able to measure unidirectional. So you have a preferred direction of the magnetization, a uniaxial where you have a preferred axis. It doesn't matter if it's in this direction or this direction. This would be a trigonal one where you get clustering, and so you have a triangle formation of your anisotropy. And then this, of course, is your cubic. So that allows us to differentiate between different components. And then we also used AC susceptibility. Very specifically in this case, we used longitudinal. And so the susceptibility is dMdH. So it's the derivative of the magnetization as a function of field. And you have a real component and an imaginary component. And this is an example of the imaginary component where this peak will correspond either to physical rotation of the nanoparticle, which is called Brownian rotation, or rotation of the magnetic moment within the nanoparticle, which is nail rotation. Nail rotation corresponds to the anisotropy of the system. So if this is your nanoparticle, you have a DC and an AC field that are applied parallel to each other, which is why it's referred to as longitudinal.
Hi, Carlos.
There are other methods for measuring magnetic anisotropy. Those are just the two we used.
Yes, yeah. Ferromagnetic resonance, for instance, right?
Yes, you can do ferromagnetic resonance. You can do small angle neutron scattering. You can do it from hysteresis loops. There are a number of different measurement methods. Transverse susceptibility is another one.
Okay. So we have a question from Dr. Quentin Pankhurst. So how does the 25 millikelvin accuracy square with the F5 amplitude you show it?
How does it square with, how does it vary? So we actually, it depends on the harmonic you choose, and it depends on the dry field amplitude that you choose. I don't think I have the data in here, but we do get changes both in the sign, and we also get changes in the amplitude of the temperature variation. But the numbers are typically on the order of microvolts per Kelvin or tens of microvolts per Kelvin. So we have good signal with those.
Okay, so you're planning on doing the thermometry just with one harmonic, or you're also thinking about looking for the ratio of some harmonics? Because in the past there were some researchers that were thinking on taking the ratio of the fifth and the third or something like that. Can you make a comment on that?
Yes. So in the simplest case is to take a single harmonic, but then you have to know what the concentration is.
Exactly. Yeah.
If you take ratios of the harmonics, then you no longer need to know what the concentration is. So in practice, this technique will work best with the ratio of harmonics. But for our initial purposes, we were going through and looking at just individual harmonics because that was, we knew the concentration, and so it was an easy way to do the comparison.
Nice. Great work, Cindy. I'm really impressed with the quality of the work that you guys showed here today. Congratulations for it.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we are getting close to the next speaker. So I would like to thank Cindy again for accepting our invitation. And it was a great pleasure to have you here in the 5th Advanced School of Nanomedicine, Cindy.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the invitation. And if people have other questions or would like advice, I am more than happy to take questions through email.
Okay. So thanks, Cindy. Have a nice day there.
Thank
in
you.
Baltimore. And well, we are moving now to the next speaker, Dr. Quentin Pankhurst. Are you with us? Hi, Quentin. I guess that we are not listening to you yet. Are you there? Carlos, can you manage? We are not being able to hear you. At least I'm not able to hear. I'm not sure if the others are. Let me see here. I'm sorry, Quentin. I noticed that you had another questions for Cindy here. You are right now. Maybe if you speak, I'm not hearing. Let's see what's going on. Carlos, can you help? Not sure if there is some trick in something with his microphone. Yes. So we will be starting soon. So good morning, everybody. Please feel free to put the questions in the chat too. Okay, we will be moving very soon, as soon as we solve the problem with Quentin Pankhurst for the next talk. And while we are trying to correct this, may I just start by mentioning a little words about his curriculum. So Quentin Pankhurst.
Hopefully that will work now.
We are, Quentin. We are hearing you very well now.
Fine.
Thanks, Quentin. Yeah,
Sorry
I was. Yeah, no problem at all. So as I was saying, Quentin Pankhurst is a professor of physics and director of the UCL Healthcare Biomagnetics Laboratory. His translational research is directed toward applications of magnetic nanoparticles in healthcare. He is the co-founder of three spin-out companies, Endomagnetics, Resonance Circuits Limited, and Mediceve Limited. Quentin was born and raised in New Zealand and has lived in England since 1983. He's married and has two daughters. And I asked him to talk a little bit about his experience with those companies. And he has a lot of things to talk about the science that he's doing, but also I tried to convince him, and I kind of convinced him to talk a little bit about also his experience in innovation. So we all have the possibility to share some questions with Quentin and know a little bit about his experience on that. Quentin, thanks a lot for accepting our invitation. It's great to have you here.
You're very, very welcome. It's a great pleasure to be here. So shall I begin my talk?
We are hearing you. We were.
Hopefully this will work. Share screen.
Are you live? Quentin, we lost you.
Oh, really?
No, we lost you for a moment. We are back. Go ahead.
Entire screen.
If you want to share your
Yes, I'm trying to do that now. Right. Can you see my screen?
Not yet. Now
Okay.
we are. Yes, now we are seeing.
Oh, wow. Now just pause to look at that. Isn't that great?
It is.
Wow.
It's a multifractal.
Exciting. Okay. So
there you go. Great, Quentin.
fantastic. So thank you very everybody. Now I understand this is a intended for undergraduates, graduates. Most of the audience are people who are working in the field of nanomedicine, and I'm going to give you a particular talk on the subject of translational research and development in nanoparticles used as medical devices. I'm Quentin Pancras. I'm from University College London, but I'll also be talking to you about some work that we've been doing in translational R&D through spin-out companies. So there's lots of different ways that you can do translational R&D. You can work with companies, or you can license out technology. But another way is to actually do it yourself. And this is what we've been doing here in London. So 3 companies, Endomagnetics, Resonance Circuits, and Mediciv, that have been formed over the last 20 odd years. I'll also be describing in part work that we've been doing with various large European consortia and different projects, but I'll come to that later. So as an overview of my talk, just a reminder what I mean by translational R&D. Translational R&D means that it's research that's aimed at translating, which means converting results from basic research into results that directly benefit people. And biomedicine is sometimes referred to as bench to bedside research. And I'm going to be talking today from the perspective of a startup company wanting to bring a new product to market. And I'm talking in particular about one that's based on nanomaterials. So nanomedicine sometimes just means formulation of small molecules into larger bodies, like in lipids or in vesicles, to make them slightly larger materials. Here I'm talking about manufacturing nanomaterials, and in fact inorganic nanomaterials, which are being utilized in a biomedical context. So it's quite a small part of the field of nanomedicine. But when you look at these nanoparticulate materials, a key part of the process of using these in people, this thing about bench to bedside, you can do a lot of things on the bench that you can't do on the bedside. The reason for that is that you have to be concerned about doing more harm than you do good to a person. The last thing I want is to administer a material to a patient and have that patient suffer because of that. So a key part of the process is relating to making sure that a substance is what you think it is, or you expect it to be, or you hope it to be. And one of the things I'm going to talk to you about today is a process called verification and validation, V&V. So when you manufacture materials-based products, you have to characterize them as part of the V&V part of the quality management system. Quality management system, QMS, is if you end up working in a company, you're almost certain to be operating under a quality management system. Particularly in nanomedicine, you're going to become very, very familiar with this. It's going to rule your life. you need to be aware of the quality constraints over manufacturing. So in this talk, we're going to be exploring V&V with reference to my experience in commercializing nanomaterials as medical devices, but also I'm going to have a little bit of a discussion with you about the role of international standards and of how one goes about dealing with a changing landscape as the world is catching up with the innovation that's happening in laboratories around the world. So I'm just going to start with a brief overview of the work that I've done with the spin-out companies, and then go on to some talking about this concept of V&V. My specialty is working with magnetic nanoparticles, very similar to the materials that Cindy was talking about, not the layers, but the nanoparticles and the nanoflowers. And these have been used for many, many years. Inorganic nanomaterials used in magnetic resonance imaging, in the form of super paramagnetic iron oxide nanoparticles, usually coated with a sugar or a starch, administered in the form of a fluid into the bloodstream and used for lesion localization. So a lesion or a tumor in the liver here is being seen after the administration of the iron oxide contrast agent, and you can see better resolution of the edges of the tumor, which is associated, which allows better excision of that tumor. So magnetic nanoparticles, they're small, they're comparable in size to many biological entities. We can actuate them, we can make them move, and we can also make them respond to a time-varying field and heat up, as Cindy has also mentioned a bit around the magnetic hypothermia. So there is this field of healthcare biomagnetics, sensing, heating, and moving. And broadly speaking, that's the spin-out companies that we've set up are acting in each of those different areas. So let me tell you about the first one was set up, what's called Endomag. We are looking here at staging the treatment of breast cancer. If you have breast cancer, then it's likely that if a cancerous cell breaks off from the primary tumor, it will pass through the lymphatic vessels and be taken up by the lymph nodes in the armpit area. The lymph nodes are really there to keep the lymph clean. So it's very logical that the site of any metastases will be here. And the principle is that we want to help the medical treatment by clarifying whether or not the cancer is spread so that the patient can be treated appropriately. There's a procedure called sentinel lymph node biopsy. I'll show you here. This is one of the very, very early clinical studies that we did. We have a handheld probe here. It's actually a susceptometer. Magnetic material has been injected just below the areola here and has passed through the lymph vessels and been collected selectively in the lymph nodes in the armpit. And so we're using this, it's a little bit like a metal detector to identify where the node is, and then using keyhole surgery to remove it. This is a node after removal. This is a diagram of a lymph node. These are some histological stains showing the way that the particles are taken up there. So I'm not going to go into this in detail, but just to say that we've actually successfully managed to translate this to a clinical product called Sienna Plus. Actually, it's now called MagTrace. And we've also got other products going out there. But it's been quite successful. The company's now got 150 employees, direct sales, actually 50 odd countries now. There's a patient is treated with the product about once every 5 minutes worldwide, and more than half a million treatments today. So that's an example of something which has actually managed to get into clinical practice. The next company I'll talk to you about is Resonant Circuits Limited. This is a much smaller company, but we are working in the field of magnetic hypothermia, which Cindy was just talking about. The principle of operation is very much like that of an induction hob on an oven. You basically are driving a magnetic particle through a magnetic hysteresis curve. you're doing work as you push the magnetization backwards and forwards in response to the applied magnetic field. And that work is translated into heat in the particle. So we're doing direct injection here of magnetic particles into a tumor, and then applying the time-varying magnetic field to heat up the particles. Another little demonstration. My colleague Paul Southern here has got a phantom on his hand. It's just a silicon phantom with some particles inside. And you can see here that with the time-varying magnetic field applied to it, you get this. I'm talking over the top of myself here. So you can see that with the thermal imaging camera that you've managed to heat up the part where the particles were and leave the rest of the phantom. But also Paul's hand here is completely unaffected. So you get heating where you want it to be and nowhere else. Local heating. This is the magnetic field generator that we've built for this. These are the magnetic particles that we are producing. This was we have a clinical study going on at the moment in Barcelona. This was the first patient. This is Teresa Macarola, who's our clinical investigator lead. This was the first patient. So you can see here that this is the magnetic field generator. The patient had magnetic particles that we manufactured, injected endoscopically, so with a tube down the trachea, and then across the stomach wall into the pancreas, and then subjected to applied the magnetic field, and that was after the treatment. We now have had 6 patients treated in this way. It's a very early stage, essentially just a clinical feasibility and safety study. The third company I'll tell you about is called Medicine. And here we have a different approach. This is looking at blood passing through an extracorporeal circuit. So we're looking at pulling out pathogens or other materials of interest from the bloodstream in much the same way that you would donate plasma if you went to a hospital where you would pass your blood through what's called a plasmapheresis unit and separate out the plasma from the red blood cells and from the other cells in the blood. Here we're using magnetic beads, which are a little bit larger than the other materials I've talked about. This is around half a micron in size. Which have conjugated to the surface, essentially targeting entities that are intended to pull out particular targets from the bloodstream, like infected cells or toxins or cytokines. An example of where we're working in this particular application is in the treatment of IL-6 hyperinflammation. IL-6 is a interleukin that is produced in the body to deal with inflammation, but it can get out of hand. This was something which was particularly true for COVID-19. And in a sense, you get this overactive immune response, which then essentially places too great a strain on the rest of the body, and you can get organ failure with this. So the principle here is to try to pull out physically using our magnetic filter. So we've actually got a magnetic filter here to pull out the IL-6 before you reach that critical stage. And this is what it looks like. This is the filter. This is the magnet that we place on an extracorporeal circuit. We're a bit earlier with this. We're just at the stage of doing safety studies, not with the filter in place yet. Sorry, not with the beads being administered yet. But nevertheless, we've done a human volunteer study in Holland, 11 subjects, and we found that it was safe and well tolerated in humans, and we're moving on with that. Okay, so let me say a little bit more about V&V, verification and validation. So these are two independent procedures that are used together for checking whether a product or a system or a service meets requirements. It's a critical part of the quality management system like ISO 9000. The verification part is usually an internal process. It's something that is done within the company. And it's about evaluating whether you are meeting an imposed design specification or condition. The validation part is much more about acceptance and suitability with external customers. And it's another part of the whole process. Today, I'm going to talk mostly about the verification side. For the sort of materials that we are producing here with all three of those companies, at the heart of it is a magnetic nanomaterial. These are the things which are being put in contact with the patient. And that's a very important thing. There's an exposure risk immediately with the use of these products. So here, we need to have some sort of measurement, and for that, you need to make sure that you've got adequately verified procedures and instruments. Usually, these are embodied in standard operating procedures, SOPs. I don't know whether you've come across this in your careers to date, but this is something which is likely to be a former part of your careers in future if you happen to find yourself working in a company or a manufacturing setting. But one of the things I want to point out is that these SOPs are very often things which have been developed over decades of commercial use and regulatory oversight. And it's not all, so it's things like this. This is a typical document that one would be reading in order to develop an SOP. So this is the ISO standard, International Standards Organization, 10993-1, Biological Evaluation of Medical Devices. Part 1, Evaluation and Testing within the Risk Management Process. So there's loads and loads of these different SOPs, but the challenges come when you start to be looking at new materials and ones that are not 100% brilliantly served by existing SOPs and standards. Now, I just wanted to give you a flavor of this by referring to something which I'm just going to pause. Andres, can you just give me a time check? How am I doing for time?
Oh, you're fine. 9:38. You have until 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Go to the question. So you have more 22 minutes.
Okay.
Finish your job.
And are there any questions yet? I would be very happy for people to ask me questions as I'm going along, but just to say.
Okay, I guess we just suggested to put it in the end, Quentin.
Okay, fine.
They get less anxious, and when the questions start, they go ahead.
Okay, fine.
Please, if possible, continue.
But I worry that everyone's just getting so bored with my voice. Okay. But I've just said the challenges come when you stray off the path and you start looking at things which are not already well served by existing SOPs and standards. Now, this is a little presentation that part of a presentation that I gave at a conference of regulatory advisors in Europe, in Brussels, 2 years ago. And this was from the perspective of somebody from a spin-out company saying to the regulators that we have some questions and some problems to do with safety testing of nanotech-enabled medical technologies. And I gave the example of the magnetic hypothermia agent. I talked about how we need clear and uncomplicated advice and solutions from the regulatory advisors. Ideally, we'd like to have a one-stop shop, but the trouble that a company faces when they go to a contract research organization or a test house that operates under these SOPs is that they never say, oh, this is how you should do it. They'll say, you tell us what to do and we'll do it. But sometimes with the nanomaterials, we're outside of the comfort zone. So that, for example, our injectable magnetic nanoparticles, suspension of particles in water, it's for interstitial use only. The water is just there as a carrier. It leaves the particles behind. There's a fundamental question there about whether or not we need to treat this as a solid, or as a fluid, or as a composite. And when it comes to testing, the answer to that question can be worth hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of the cost of doing the testing. And there was an example here I gave talking about extraction testing as per one of the ISO standards. I'm not going to go into it in detail, but the bottom line was that the recommendation that we could see if you called it a powder gave a metric that we had to meet, which corresponded to a surface area to volume ratio of 55,000 square centimeters per milliliter of test material, which in another part of the standard, they said should be between 3 and 6 centimeters squared per mil. So we've got a standard which is saying, well, you've got to do this. And you say, okay, well, we're going to do that, but then we're going to be at 55,000. And they, on another part of the standard, saying, well, no, you don't want 55,000. That's crazy. You want to be at around 3 to 6. And we asked the test house, well, what do we do? And they say, I don't know. No idea. You tell us. So there are problems. This leads me to the second part of the talk, where I'm going to speak a bit about, give you some examples of work that we've been trying to do towards establishing better SOPs, better methods, better standards, better stability around this question about verifying the characterization, verifying and validating the characterization of our nanomaterials that we're using for biomedical clinical purposes. So let's start with something on methods. And this is going to be relating to the magnetic hypothermia work that we've done. So this is a work in progress. We've done quite a lot of work on trying to establish reliable measurement methods for the metrics which determine how well something heats. You would think it would be quite straightforward. You apply your time varying magnetic field, you measure the temperature as a function of time, and you get the answer. Trouble is that we're always operating, we are operating in non-adiabatic conditions. That means that we are losing energy to the world. Calorimetry, I think, is one of the hardest things to get really right. And if you go to calorimetry labs, they often have very, very sophisticated equipment so that you are essentially separating the sample from the world. But we have to face the loss of the energy to the environment. We've done quite a lot of work around this. I'm not going to go into this in detail, but there are things about whether or not the rate at which you're losing energy to the environment is linearly changing with temperature or not. What we find is that if you heat it up too much, generally you get worse results. So we recommend our practice is to not change the temperature of the sample by more than 25 Kelvin. You have to be worried about stupid little things like where you place the thermocouple or the fluor optic probe, because the temperature profile. This is a photograph of an Eppendorf. So just little things, and there's all sorts of ways of calculating from the measured data what the magnetic heating parameter is. Lots of different methods, and we found here 2 out of 5 methods gave what the result that was predicted, and 3 out of 5 didn't. Some of them are really, there are simple things like a bit of delay in the response of the heating curve to the change in the magnetic heating application. So we wrote this paper, I think 6 or 7 years ago, and wrote a series of recommendations. We thought we had a great way of getting the measurements better. So with that, we were part of a European project where we actually applied that method to a very large interlaboratory study. I think there was something like 23 laboratories across Europe that were looking at getting better results from that characterization method. 17 laboratories. So the trouble is that even with our, first of all, we asked everybody to do the measurement as they would normally do it, but then we secondly asked them to do it following the recommendations that we'd previously identified. There's still very large variations between the numbers reported in the different laboratories. So there's a real issue here still, I think, about the measurement of these in these non-adiabatic systems of the magnetic heating metrics. This is an ongoing piece of work. We came up with some. These were some statistical methods that we used to try to compare the results from different the different laboratories. But you can see there's quite a lot of scatter here. And this was also slightly salutary in the sense that we found that what we could see was that there were some laboratories that were consistently measuring low and some were consistently measuring high, and there wasn't really a clear understanding of why that was. Anyway, I don't want to go into this in too much detail. We looked at all sorts of different reasons for systemic variations. We couldn't find any that was a dominant source of the observed systematics. We did agree some best practice, but I would say that this is still an area of work that is not yet defined. So sometimes it is just not that easy to come up with a solution to the problem. We've tried our best. We haven't quite got there yet. I thought this might be interesting because I'm sure that some of you may have a chemistry background, but in any case, everybody is worried about shelf life. So it's one thing to say, okay, I've made my product and it's now, so here's a magnetic fluid. It's now the way I want it to be, and I'm going to put it on the shelf. And you ask yourself, well, how long can I leave it there before it's a different material? And we found some interesting things here, because what we're looking at is the difference between two different magnetic minerals, magnetite and maghemite. Now, in the bulk form, they're very easy to distinguish. But when they're at the nanoscale, it's actually not that hard, not that easy to distinguish them. So magnetite and maghemite are both essentially cubic close-packed lattices of oxygen atoms in an ABC stacking sequence, within which there are octahedral and tetrahedral sites that the ion atoms may sit at. The maghemite's got vacancies, whereas the magnetite doesn't. The other key thing is that the magnetite has ferrous ions, and the maghemite does not. This is, so at the nanoscale, magnetometry, they're nearly identical. You've got difficulties with XRD. In principle, it should work, but the fine particles broaden out the lines and it makes it quite difficult. XAFs and XANEs are brilliant, but okay, great. Let's go to the beam time every time. That's not really feasible. And I've seen in skilled hands that you can do, you can get really good results with chemical methods and calorimetry. I've also tried to do it, not myself, but within our lab, and found it really difficult. But anyway, why it matters is that there's a redox activity associated with ferrous ions. You have something called the Fenton reaction, which is a catalytic reaction, promoting the formation of oxygen species in the presence of H2O2. That you can get this hydroxyl radical OH. It's not quite so straightforward as there's also a related relation called the Haber-Weiss relation, where's it gone? That's a two-step catalytic process where you don't even need to have the Fe2+ to begin with. You can get a transformation from Fe3+ to Fe2+, and then from Fe2+ back to Fe3+, with the net reaction being the production of a hydroxyl radical. Now, this tends to take place only in certain parts of the mitochondria of cells. It's also a part of the normal healthy cellular function as part of wound repair, but it can also cause cell death. So it's a process which can be good, can be bad, but it is a normal factor of the process of cell regulation in the body. Nevertheless, from this materials characterization V&V perspective, we think it's important to know what the charge state of the iron oxide nanoparticles is and whether it's stable over time. So we have come up with a solution to this, which is a technique called Mossbauer spectroscopy. It's a nuclear gamma ray spectroscopy. It's a way of shining light through a material and looking at nuclear energy interactions, transitions. So it's very, very selective. You can look just at the iron, and you can quite easily tell the difference between magnetite and maghemite. And even in fine particle form and nanoscale form, you get a very nice correlation between the center of gravity of the spectrum and the amount of the chemical state of the iron. This is an example of nanoparticles. You've got broad lines, but you can still get a very good measure of the center of gravity of that. And we've used this to explore aging effects in anaerobic and aerobically produced nanoparticles. Essentially, everything over time, in terms of as a nanoparticle, will eventually find its way to being maghemite. But nevertheless, it's a method that we've been working on towards creating a new ISO standard around this measurement technique. In this case, we have gone to the interlaboratory study, which is the next step of trying to get to this to get this process agreed, and that seemed to have worked rather well. So we've got some good results, well within the 0.5 significance level that we were aiming for. Lastly, I'd just like to touch on something else that we've been doing, which has been working with national metrology laboratories, including Cindy's at NIST, and national measurement laboratories, for developing new ISO standards. And we did some work with the Nanomedicine project, which was about definitions. So you may think this is absolutely obvious, but actually it's useful to have these things written down. And so we've developed a terminology and published around this and put it into standards on what is a single core magnetic nanoparticle, what is a multi-core magnetic nanoparticle. And we've proposed a roadmap for the standardization of this of these processes, including vocabulary and materials specifications, sampling, measurements, labeling, and applications. And then we had this really nice project, which was extremely illuminating and extremely challenging, which was about coordinating and representing the EU contribution to two new ISO definition standards, one on magnetic nanosuspensions and one on magnetic microbeads, ISO 19807 and ISO 19807-2. And I think this is an interesting sort of principle here, that it's one thing for me to say, oh, the standards aren't suitable for what we're doing right now. It's another thing for me to say, okay, and therefore this is what I'm doing to make that situation better, because we can all contribute to these standards. And you know, regulatory bodies and the standards bodies, they want to get better, and we can help them. So the first of these, ISO 19807, has got definitions that are relevant to magnetic field hypothermia, for example. So this is just an example of where we're trying to make sure that the standards that are published include definitions which are commensurate to our understanding. And things like, yes, so notes about how you measure this and how you report it. So, okay, I think that I'm coming to the end of my presentation. I've given you a bit of a flavor for the translational R&D that we've been doing around magnetic sensing in the form of the company Endomag, magnetic heating in the form of the company Resonant Circuits Limited, and magnetic actuation through the company Mediciv. All three of which have at their heart magnetic nanoparticles as nanomaterials that are acting as medical devices that we are in some way putting in contact with the human body, either through injection or through introduction into an extracorporeal circuit. And I've tried to remind you or introduce you to the principle of verification and validation when it comes to materials characterization for these for translational R&D, and talked a little bit about methods around magnetic hypothermia, the stability around, I talked about the magnetite and machimite, and I've talked a bit about standards. So quite a varied thing. Thank you very, very much for your attention, and I'll stop there.
Hello, Quentin. Thanks for your excellent talk. We have some questions now.
Okay.
We have some questions. So first we start with Dr. Ingrid Ramos from Universidade Federal do Pará, which is in the north of Brazil. She says that thank you very much for your talk. And what would be the systemic toxicity of these nanomaterials in clinical practice? Do they generate any side effects?
That's one of the tests that we have to do very, very carefully, both preclinically and also we pay a lot of attention to this particular thing, clinically and preclinically. So the systemic toxicity is very low. The materials that we're using have been used for decades as MRI contrast agents, and we are injecting locally, and so it's much lower. So virtually nothing.
All right. So from Unicamp, we have Gustavo Soares da Silva. You mentioned that for magnetic hyperthermia, the initial slope method is not recommended for measuring the ILP, and that the Box-Lucas method works better. How does the Box-Lucas method work?
It's really it's a full curve fitting method. So you basically fit the whole curve.
Yeah, the temperature.
Yeah,
definitely.
Will you be circulating the slides afterwards, Andres?
This would be live. Quentin would be maintained in the Nanomed YouTube channel, so people would be able to watch it later.
So I'd say to that questioner, I'm sorry, I've lost his name. That if you go back and look in my slides, I did actually have the publication which includes all of that information.
All right. So we have Dr. Tandapani from India. So have any other ferrites besides magnetite been clinically approved for hyperthermia treatment?
No. No. It's a good question.
You feel that there are others that could have some problem? What are your feeling about that? Or the standards?
Well, that's a good question. I think that what we have is actually pretty good. And the iron oxides have the benefit of being both having low systemic toxicity, but being biocompatible in the sense that their degradation products are not unusual for the body. The body is actually rather used to ingesting iron oxide materials in our food, for example, from the environment. There's an awful lot of iron in the world, and so our bodies have a metabolism which not only copes with iron, but which depends on it. If you think about hemoglobin, but there's also in your liver, there's a lot of iron stored in the liver.
Okay.
Not the same for cobalt.
Yeah, cobalt is dangerous.
Mm.
Okay, so I would like to ask you a little bit about your experience in doing this
Oh,
job,
yes.
Quentin. So could you tell us a little bit about how was it? When did you started to think about getting from the research that you're doing in the university to try to get to a product? How was this experience? Were you inspired on somebody, or what did
I think
move
it
try
was
to,
largely to do
you
with
know what I mean?
desperation.
Yeah.
Andrews, it was largely to do with desperation because I had the feeling that there was that there was potential, but there was nobody that I could call on. And then I was writing these grant applications, and I could see that it was extremely helpful if you had a company involved, because always they would ask, well, how are you going to translate this? And so, to be honest, I was
were
bold
you
enough to say, okay, if there isn't a company out there, I'll start one.
See. And while you were thinking about those kind of problems, were you talking before with some clinicians? What was your environment just around you to be able to figure out that this is an important problem that maybe I can solve with magnetic nanoparticles? Could be another thing. You know what I mean? I'm trying to
So
ask
in the early days with
how the environment is influencing you in this case. How did you notice those kind of problems? Did you notice by yourself, just reading, or the environment help you in the sense that you sometimes talk with clinicians? Or
so understand. So I was lucky because I wrote a grant application to the UK government saying that I wanted to use magnetic nanoparticles to basically cure cancer. And I was lucky because they did not say, no, you're ridiculous. Instead, they said, look, we'll give you a little bit of money now in 3 months. And after 3 months, you come back to us and tell us specifically what you're going to do. And if we like it, we'll give you the rest of the money. And if we don't, we won't. And on the back of that, I went and started talking to anybody and everybody I could think of. Clinicians, academic clinical people, oncologists, everybody. I spent 3 months knocking on doors, talking to people, taking notes and listening. There was one particular breast cancer specialist who I tried 3 times to see. The first 2 times we arranged to meet and then he wasn't there. The third time I said to him, I have a method which I think can give you 100 times better sensitivity in diagnosing breast cancer. And he said, okay, well, thank you. You can leave. He said, I'm not interested in that. If you're talking 100 times better selectivity, then yes. But if you're going to give me 100 times more false positives, that's the last thing I want. So goodbye. So I managed to keep in the meeting. And after I really explained to him what I was doing, he said, well, look, don't try to cure cancer. Try to help the surgeons. You could be using, and he said, talk to this guy. And I went and talked to that guy, and we got on really well. He was an early career clinician. He was keen. I was lucky. So, and out of that, we got endomagnetics.
See, great.
So I think you just need to be in listening mode, was my experience.
Great.
But I was lucky because I had the advantage of the funder saying, well, okay, you give us a good answer to this question and we'll give you some more money.
Okay. Great. We have another question here, Dr. Tandapani. Is it worth exploring new ferrites that exhibit biocompatibility for hyperthermia treatment? And what is the future of the magnetic hyperthermia field? Where should researchers focus their attention?
I think it's a little bit difficult to answer that question because it may be that some of the new ferrites, things like the nanoflowers, have got exceptionally good magnetic heating characteristics, and they may well be the future for magnetic hypothermia in clinical translation. In terms of the future for the field, we're with Resonance Circuits Limited, we've got to pancreatic cancer clinical study, and it's hard. It's a difficult cancer. It's really hard, and the patients that we're working with, so it's on top of the standard of care, but these are very sick people. I've when I went to the hospital and I've been present at the treatments, I'm always shocked at just how unwell these people are. So this is serious business. I think that we shouldn't expect it to be easy. We should expect it to be a hard job to convince, to really show significant benefit to prompt a change of clinical practice, and that's a major challenge. So I think that the future lies in very selective, careful, well thought through identification of what that initial application should be.
Great.
It's slightly awkward answer, but
No, it's not. Quentin, we are almost ready to start the other talk. So I would like to thank you for spending with us this time, and it's great to have you here. Thanks for accepting our invitation.
Oh no, you're very welcome.
Yeah, I hope to count with you in the near future too.
All right. Okay.
Bye.
See you now.
Bye. So we are very close to start our next talk. I am not sure if Dr. Marina is there, Dobrovolskaya. Hi, Dr. Marina. How are you?
Good morning. I'm doing well. Thank you. How are you?
I'm well too. Thanks again for accepting our invitation to be here and to talk with the Brazilians researchers here about your excellent work. Well, before passing to you, let me just make a little bit of a comment about your CV. So Dr. Dobrovolskaya is laboratory co-director, director of operations, and the head of immunology section at the Nanotechnology Characterization Lab. Well, he also directs the pharmacy of immunology, client relations, and administrative sections of the NCL. Prior to joining the NCL, she received her MS degree from Kazan State University in Russia, PhD from NN Blocking Cancer Russian Research Center of the Russian Academy of Medical Science in Moscow, Russia, and MBA from the Hood College in Frederick. Dr. Marina Dobrovolskaya, it's a great pleasure to have you here, and I thank you a lot for accepting our invitation and take a little bit of your time to share your knowledge with us. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for the invitation and for the nice introduction. It is a pleasure to be here. I'm not familiar with this platform, so let me. I'll share my screen, I guess.
It's maybe present. Carlos, if you can help us.
Not
yet. Maybe.
There you go. Do you see my slides?
Yes, we are seeing the live, but we are seeing a slide that is coming from it's not specifically your slide, your presentation. Is actually the StreamYard.
Huh. Yes, okay, let me try it again.
Maybe present.
So I'm sharing screen.
Let me see. Not yet.
Okay. Do you see the slides now?
It is coming. Yes, we do.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah.
And the slides are in presentation mode, right?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
It may take a while.
Yeah. If you want to, I'm not sure if you put it. We are seeing the slide, the first slide, and
Right.
in the left, you are seeing all the other slides. It's just closed. In your case, you're seeing it.
I'm seeing in presentation mode.
The present mode. Yeah. Maybe take a little bit of time.
Hi, Marina.
Hi.
When you press the share button, make sure that you select the whole screen, not just the PowerPoint.
Okay, let me try it again. I apologize about this.
Oh, no problem.
It's all
It's a
right.
new platform.
Yeah. Sorry for that.
I'm good with Zoom and Teams and WebEx. This is the first time I'm using this.
Oh, no problem.
Okay, so Carlos, I press present. Then I have options. I have slides, video file, and share a screen. I was using share a screen.
Let me see. You have the option of whole screen in the top of.
So if I do share screen,
you can also.
Okay. Yeah, I see. So I have Chrome tab, window, and entire screen. So I'm choosing entire screen.
Let's see.
Okay. Do you see my slides in the presentation mode now?
Yes, we see it, Maria. It's working very well.
Okay, it's working. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. And again, I apologize about the delay. Thank you very much for helping me to connect. So is it okay for me to start?
Yes, please.
The presentation. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So I'm going to talk to you about the lessons that our lab, nanotechnology characterization lab, learned from doing preclinical characterization of nanomaterials. And my expertise is in immunology, so I will share with you immunology characterization case studies. This is outline of my presentation. Very briefly, I will introduce you to the nanotechnology characterization lab, and then we will review several case studies that will help us to focus or understand nanoparticle class-specific immunological responses, structure-activity relationship, innate immune response modulating impurities, and why it is important to pay attention to them in preclinical development. And we will talk about in vitro vivo correlations for immunological studies and some novel approaches that we are developing. Nanotechnology Characterization Lab, or NCL, was established in 2004 by collaboration with the National Cancer Institute, U.S. Food and Drug Administration, and National Institute of Standards and Technology. And the lab was tasked with supporting extramural nanotechnology research community with translating promising cancer nanotechnologies from bench to bedside. The lab achieved so by developing a standardized assay cascade. This assay cascade includes comprehensive physicochemical characterization methods and protocols for in vitro and in vivo immunological, pharmacology, and toxicology studies of nanomaterials. Since 2018, our team also provides formulation supports for cancer nanotechnology developers. We've been in operation for almost 20 years. In October of this year, we will celebrate our 20th anniversary. And so what I included in this presentation are the case studies from the standardized assay cascade. The experience that our lab has includes a variety of nanomaterials. On this pie chart, you see the nanoparticles that dominate our assay cascade: polymer-based materials, liposome, metallic particles, dendrimers. But we worked with all different types of nanomaterials except for graphene. And the reason why we didn't work with graphene, because no one submitted graphene-based cancer nanomedicine or diagnostic to our lab for analysis. We analyzed over 500 different formulations, the lead candidates of nanomedicines, and over 1,000 of different types of nanomaterials that are designed to deliver drugs. And drugs could be small molecules, could be proteins, neoantigens, nucleic acid therapeutics, and they could be targeted or untargeted and have different types of the surface coatings. Our lab developed standardized assay cascade. Everyone can assess, if you use this link, you can access all of the protocols online. They are free for download, and we encourage researchers to use these protocols and get in touch with us to share your experience with these protocols. Very briefly, let me introduce physicochemical characterization assay cascade that NCL developed. Our physicochemical characterization section is led by Dr. Jeffrey Clarkson, and his team developed methods a variety of methods that are tailored for specific formulation to analyze nanoparticle size distribution, morphology, surface property, composition, purity, stability, batch-to-batch consistency, as well as quality of the starting materials. All of this information is essential for the chemistry and manufacturing control section of investigational new drug or investigational device exemption applications with FDA. In addition, Jeff and his team developed characterization guides for liposomes, polymeric, and metallic nanoparticles based on the FDA guideline. And so you can download these characterization guides also from our website. Immunology section has a variety of assays, both in vitro and in vivo, to look at immunotoxicities. I run immunology section. So my team developed assay to look at innate immune modulating impurities, including microbial contamination, endotoxin, beta-glucans. We have in vitro hematocompatibility methods, and all of these methods looking at basically compatibility with blood, integrity of erythrocytes, thrombogenicity, complement activation. These assays have very good in vitro and vivo correlation. We also have a lot of immune function tests that have been developed to assess nanoparticle effects on different populations of immune cells, monocytes, macrophages, lymphocytes, natural killer cells, dendritic cells, and so forth. And then finally, we have an in vivo panel of traditional immunotoxicology methods, such as CFU-GM, such as local lymph node proliferation assay or T-cell dependent antibody response, along with other methods that allow us to look at adjuvanticity, autoimmunity, autoinflammatory responses, and so forth. Our pharmacology toxicology section is run by Dr. Steve Stern, and Steve and his team conduct studies that designed to mimic intended clinical regimen. They do comprehensive studies looking in vitro at drug release, and also in vivo studies looking at single and repeated dose pharmacokinetic studies in rodents, tissue distribution studies, bioequivalent studies, and traditional non-GLP toxicology studies that are supplemented by in vitro toxicology assays to investigate the mechanisms of toxicities. Now, let me show you an example of how NCL assay cascade is applied to inform our collaborators of the safety and efficacy of these nanotechnology concepts that they submit to NCL. In this case study, I'm sharing with you our collaboration with Avidia Technologies, a team run by Dr. Jeffrey Lin. Avidia team developed a personalized cancer vaccine that includes a polymeric nanoparticle that delivers TLR7/8 agonist and peptide antigens that are specific to individual cancer patients. Avidia team demonstrated that formulating this adjuvant and antigens on nanoparticle platform improves delivery of the antigens to lymph nodes, where it improves recruitment of antigen-presenting cells and uptake by neoantigens by the antigen-presenting cells. And as a result, they demonstrated a very robust and sustainable cytotoxic T lymphocyte response specific to these neoantigens. Among the characterization that NCL conducted for this concept, I'm sharing one study that included investigation of the cytokine responses. In the cytokine responses, our team looked at type 1, type 2, type 3 interferon responses, pro-inflammatory cytokines and danger signals, and chemokines. And we found two remarkable findings. One was regarding safety of TLR7/8 agonists. Many of you know that TLR7/8 agonists have been used in the clinic many years ago as adjuvants, but only topical applications of TLR7/8 agonists are currently approved for clinical use. And the reason for this is because these agonists are very potent immunostimulants, and it's very hard to find the dose of these materials in which they would be safe, in a sense, avoiding the severe systemic immunostimulation and autoimmunity. So they were approved so far only for topical applications. So one finding from our study was that when you use these agonists after formulation on nanotechnology platform, you see that the compared to the agonist by itself, the product induces cytokines, but the magnitude of the cytokine response is lower in the final product than an agonist. So this speaks for improved safety of TLR7/8 agonist, which would allow administration of this agonist systemically. Another interesting observation from this study was that if we look at the platform doesn't have interferon or pro-inflammatory cytokine response that may contribute to safety of concerns with these materials. However, if we look at the platform, we notice that the platform induces chemokines. And so chemokines, as you know, serve to attract immune cells to the site of inflammation or to the site where these chemokines are produced. So this speaks that the platform can contribute to the efficacy of this concept. So the main take-home message from this study was that each component of the formulation has a unique role. The antigen, an agonist, and a carrier are not immunologically inert, but each of them play their specific role. When they are combined in the final formulation inherits the properties of each individual component. So now let us review case studies looking at the nanoparticle class-specific immunological responses. What do I mean by class-specific immunological responses? There are a variety of nanoparticles, and we can separate them into lipid-based categories or polymer-based categories, metallic nanoparticles, and so forth. And so what NCL noticed by analyzing cytokines for over 20 years in thousands of formulations is that we see two types of nanotechnology formulations. One type induces broad spectrum of cytokines, and usually these formulations are vaccine or immunotherapy formulations, which contain agonists, adjuvants that are known to induce cytokines, that they are intended to induce cytokines in the given nanoparticle formulation. However, we also see formulations that are not intended for immunostimulation. And in these formulations, we do not see broad spectrum of cytokines. We see a chemokine response. For traditionally trained immunologists, it's a very interesting feature because if you take, for example, bacterial lipopolysaccharide, you don't see one cytokine. You normally see a spectrum of the pro-inflammatory cytokines. And so in this case, what attracted our attention is the observation that we observe chemokines without observing pro-inflammatory cytokines. And then we look at the composition of these materials. We see that majority of them, more than a half, are lipid-based materials, about a third are polymer-based materials, and remaining materials contain lipids and polymers. And so here you see an example from our study where we test different liposomal formulations. And we show that those of these formulations that induce chemokines, and in this case, I'm using interleukin-8 chemokine as a model, we see that these same materials also activate reactive oxygen species. So it's related to oxidative stress induction by these materials, and we can suppress this chemokine induction by these materials by co-incubation with antioxidant N-acetylcysteine. Another class-specific immunological property is related to plasma coagulation. Similarly, we observe the trends in increasing number of materials that result in prolongation of plasma coagulation time. And we use a variety of assays. One assay in which we commonly observe APTT prolongation is plasma coagulation time prolongation is activated partial thromboplastin time, or APTT. And if we look at the composition of these materials, we see that majority of them, more than a half, are polymer-based materials, about a third are lipid-based materials, and remaining contain lipids and polymers. So this speaks about two things. Well, as you noticed from my introductory slides, that we did analyze a lot of the lipid and polymer-based materials. But the second conclusion from this observation is that lipids and polymers that are used to formulate drug products are not immunologically inert. And here we see example of the two nanotechnology products. In one case, we are seeing prolongation of plasma coagulation time in APTT assay. And by the way, this is a property that also is observed with blood anticoagulant heparin. So we see prolongation with nanoparticle formulation, but we do not see this prolongation with the API, the active pharmaceutical ingredients or a drug used in this formulation. So this points us to direction that the components of formulation, but the drug are responsible for these properties. In this case, we did not have a polymeric component of the formulation to test. In the second example, we observed concentration-dependent prolongation of plasma coagulation time with nanoparticle platform, and then we had access to the polymer. Then we tested polymer at equivalent concentrations to the concentrations of the drug in the nanoparticle formulation that I show here. We reproduce this trend. So this again speaks about the contribution of the polymeric component to the property of the final formulation. This does not say that these formulations are bad, right? Because immunotoxicities have to be considered in the context with, efficacy, indication, underlying conditions, other medications that patient is receiving. But the goal of immunotoxicity studies and preclinical immunotoxicity studies particularly is to inform the future clinical trials and help physicians to design clinical trials in the way so the application of these newer medicines are safe for patients. It is very well established now that nanoparticle physicochemical properties determine their interaction with the immune system. And in this part of my presentation, I will talk about structure-activity relationships. Common immunotoxicities, acute immunotoxicities with nanotechnologies include hemolysis, complement activation, platelet aggregation, change in plasma coagulation time, leukocyte procoagulant activity, and cytokines. And I summarized here standardized assays, which you can download from our website to look at these toxicities. And in this part of the graph, I summarized the structure-activity relationships. So what I did here is in the bottom part of the slide, I put the common structural properties of nanoparticles, and in the top part of the slide, I summarized immunological responses that are commonly observed for particles with these physicochemical properties. It does not mean that the particles, having certain properties will have these toxicities, but if particles have these properties, increases the risk, increases the likelihood of the toxicity mentioned in the top part of the slide. So what this does for preclinical researchers, it helps us to prioritize immunotoxicity studies during preclinical development. So let's look at some examples, and then we'll look at the case studies in the following slides. So if nanoparticle carries therapeutic nucleic acid as active pharmaceutical ingredient, these materials have higher risk of inducing cytokines, being pyrogenic, inducing type 1 interferon, activating complement, and inducing complement activation related to the allergy and prolongation of plasma coagulation time. If nanoparticle or its components is cationic, then the high-risk toxicities include hemolysis, platelet aggregation, blood coagulation, leukocyte procoagulant activity, and disseminated intravascular coagulation, as well as the duration of endotoxin-mediated inflammation. If nanoparticle or one of the components is produced in E. coli, there is a high risk of endotoxin contamination. If particle contains surfactant, hemolysis is a high risk. If nanoparticle with components are polyanionic, prolongation of plasma coagulation time is a likely toxicity. Pegylated liposomes commonly induce complement and complement activation related to the allergy. Particle size is important parameter in that particles with large size, above 300 nanometers, are easily taken up by mononuclear phagocytic cells. Same properties shared by solid, non-deformable particles with size above 200 nanometers, as well as charged particles. Lipid-based formulations commonly induce oxidative stress and are taken up by mononuclear phagocytic cells. The biomarker of this oxidative stress is chemokine interleukin 8. If hydrophilic coating, such as polyethylene glycol coating, is not covalently attached to the particle surface or otherwise is unstable, these nanomaterials are taken up by mononuclear phagocytic cells and have other size and charge-related immunotoxicities. And finally, nanoparticles with high aspect ratios, such as fibrous materials like carbon nanotubes, silica, carbon, and titanium-based materials, activate inflammasome, and the biomarker for this activation is a cytokine from interleukin-1 family, such as interleukin-1 beta. Also, these materials tend to exaggerate endotoxin-mediated inflammation. And later in my presentation, I will talk about endotoxin and how nanoparticles may contribute to endotoxin toxicities. Now, let's look at some case studies to look at the structure-activity relationship. In this study, we use polyamidamine dendrimers of different generations and 3 different surface properties. First, if we take particles of the same generation, meaning they have the same hydrodynamic size, and we look at hemolysis, we see damage to erythrocytes only with amine-terminated dendrimers, and we do not see it with carboxy and hydroxy-terminated dendrimers. So surface charge is important. Cationic particles are more reactive with biological membranes because biological membranes are anionic. Particle size is important, and here we see that if we take now amine-terminated dendrimers, then only large generation 6 particles are damaging to erythrocytes, but amine-terminated generation 3, smaller particles, do not damage erythrocytes. Platelets are thrombocytes, so these are cells that contribute to control of the hemorrhage. So they form, if they're activated, they form these aggregates. Undesirable platelet aggregation may lead to thrombosis. And so here again we use dendrimers, and these are cationic dendrimers. If we look at these dendrimers in the platelet aggregation assay, we observe very strong activity. However, then our chemists modify surface of these particles to decrease number of surface amines, and we test these materials in platelet aggregation assay. We see that the less number of surface amines available, the more biologically compatible this material becomes. So what message does it send to the drug delivery researchers? Sometimes you absolutely need amines on the particle surface to attach drug. For example, nucleic acids, right? A lot of us work with nucleic acid delivery, siRNA, microRNA, and so forth, and you need cationic lipids. So the amines are absolutely necessary, but the number of free amines would be, if available for interaction with biological systems, will result in toxicity. So in that preclinical development, one may work on finding an optimal ratio of the amines on the particle surface, which would allow to complex drug, but would not be high enough, would not leave sufficient free amines on the particle surface to allow safe delivery of nucleic acids. Another common toxicities of nanoparticle is related to complement activation. And there are interesting structure-activity relationship findings with complement system. Here I'm sharing with you results of a published study. The study was conducted by Janusz Sibeni and Hezi Barinholtz. They looked at pegylated liposomal doxorubicin formulation, Doxil, and they found that Doxil is a very strong activator of the complement system. Then they took empty liposome, it's the same liposome as in Doxil, only it doesn't have drug. They detected complement activation, but it was substantially lower. And in this part of experiment, they looked at the liposomes with different composition, different molecular weight of polyethylene glycol, and different density of the PEG coating on the particle surface, and found that these properties contribute to the complement activation. But why is Doxil so potent in activating complement? So Hezi and Janusz hypothesized then Doxil is prepared, the liposomes are filled with ammonium sulfate, and ammonium sulfate gradient is used to load doxorubicin inside the liposome. Then this loading occurs, the doxorubicin crystal inside of the liposome has this rod shape. And then you have this rod crystal inside of the liposome. It pushes the edges of the liposome, and liposome assumes the oval shape. So what Janusz and Hezi hypothesized is that this shape creates an optimal platform for the binding of complement proteins to Doxil. And Hezi wanted to come up with a solution where you can still benefit from using pegylated liposomes for delivery of doxorubicin, but to decrease complement activation. And so what he did, he developed this second generation pegylated liposomes, in which instead of ammonium sulfate, he was using ammonium methasulfonate. And this is a cryo-electron micrograph generated in our lab, which showed doxorubicin is loaded in these liposomes. You see this granularity, but the shape of the doxorubicin crystal is different, and these liposomes are spherical. And then my team looked at the complement activation, and we demonstrated that liposomes in which doxorubicin is loaded using ammonium sulfate gradient are more potent in activating complement than their counterparts in which doxorubicin was loaded using ammonium methasulfonate gradient. Another interesting property, the structure-activity relationship property related to the second generation of the liposome, is about the cytokine response. Here again, I'm sharing with you results of our collaborations with Hezi Barinholtz, in which we look at the chemokine. And remember, earlier when I talked about class-specific properties, I mentioned that pegylated liposomes and lipid nanoparticles commonly induce chemokines. So here we compare ammonium sulfate loaded liposomes versus identical composition and size liposomes, but filled with calcium acetate. And we see that only ammonium sulfate liposomes are stronger or more potent than calcium acetate liposomes. So the take-home message is by controlling the content of the liposome cavity, one may control the level of cytokine response to these nanotechnology carriers. Cationic liposomes, however, are more pro-inflammatory. And here I show you the broad spectrum of the cytokines that are induced by cationic liposomes, unlike anionic or neutral pegylated liposomes. Similarly to anionic neutral liposomes, oxidative stress, which I show here, contributes to this pro-inflammatory response, but cationic liposomes not only induce oxidative stress, they also activate other pro-inflammatory pathways, including inflammasome activation, and they perturb integrity of the cellular membrane. This is why the spectrum of the cytokine and inflammatory response observed with cationic materials is broader than in case of the anionic and neutral materials. The biomarkers, and then I talk about cytokines. Cytokines are good biomarkers of inflammation. So the biomarkers of this inflammatory response to nanoparticles can be significantly contributed by the drug, especially if the drug is a nucleic acid. And so the biomarkers for liposomes, if we look at the liposomes, that for the biomarkers of toxicity, first of all, we would look at the chemokines, but then if the materials are cationic, then we would look at the broader spectrum of cytokines. But if we work with nucleic acid materials, so if particles deliver nucleic acid, then the good biomarker for these materials are type 1 and type 3 interferons. And here I'm sharing with you the structure-activity relationship study that our team conducted in collaboration with Professor Afonin at the University of North Carolina in Charlotte. Dr. Afonin and his team developed a library of nanoparticles that are made of nucleic acids. So they used RNA oligonucleotides, DNA oligonucleotides, and they assembled them in the structures with different shape and sizes. And my team at NCL looked at immunostimulation by these nucleic acid nanoparticles. And first, we found that materials made of RNA are more pro-inflammatory, so they induce higher level of type 1 interferon, what I show on this slide, than their DNA-based counterparts. We found that the globular particles, RNA cubes, in this case, are more potent than planar particles and the fibrous particles made of the same material. So here we look at the RNA rings and RNA fibers in comparison to RNA cube. Size somewhat contributes, so we see response with hexagons, but we don't see, we see a weak response, but no increase proportional to the size of these materials. And we look at triangles, tetragons, and pentagons made of the same type of materials. And most interestingly, these nucleic acid nanoparticles are different from traditional nucleic acid, like antisense oligonucleotides, CpG oligonucleotides, siRNA. And this is why ODN 2216 is a CpG oligonucleotide. If we add it to PBMC cultures, we see a very robust interferon response. But if we take RNA cube and we add it to the cells, we do not see pro-inflammatory response. We see potent type 1 interferon response with RNA cubes and other nucleic acid nanoparticles only after we complex them with the delivery carrier. In this case, we're using lipofectamine. So what this means is the short oligonucleotides, they have less or lower charge, and so they have easier interaction with the receptors on the cellular membrane that promotes uptake of these materials by immune cells. Then we talk about nucleic acid nanoparticles. These are macromolecular structures that are polyanionic, and they repel from the cell membrane. So they do need a carrier to deliver them inside the cell. And so here we prove it that we only observe uptake of these particles by the cells after the complexation with lipofectamine, and it correlates with the interferon response. Another interesting structural property is that if we take the same materials, but nucleic acid nanoparticles, and we deliver them inside the cell using different carrier, we may change the spectrum of the cytokines that these materials induce. For example, we take DNA cubes and RNA cubes, we discussed them on previous slide, delivered by lipofectamine, and we see that RNA cubes are stronger inducers of type 1 interferon than DNA cubes. However, if the same particles are delivered with amine-terminated PAM dendrimers, we do not see type 1 interferons. In contrast, then these materials are delivered with dendrimers, we see strong pro-inflammatory response. Here I'm showing interleukin-1 alpha, but other pro-inflammatory cytokines like TNF are stronger with dendrimer-delivered nucleic acids. And in this case, if we complex these materials with lepocectamine, we do not see pro-inflammatory cytokine. So the spectrum of the cytokines to nucleic acid nanoparticles may be controlled by using different delivery carriers, and the magnitude of the cytokines may be controlled by physicochemical properties, size, shape of these materials, for example. So now let us talk about next topic, that is contamination with innate immune response modulating impurities. Innate immune response modulating impurities are a significant concern for preclinical development. They include microbes, they include microbial byproducts such as endotoxin and beta-glucans. If we look at the NCL assay cascade, here I show you the examples of the formulations that were contaminated with bacteria. Less than 5% are contaminated, and usually the peaks of contaminations are observed when the new carriers and new drugs are experimented and formulated using nanotechnology platforms. If we look at the identity of the bacteria that we find in contaminated formulations, then we see that most of them are soil and aquatic species. Occasionally we find parts of human microflora like skin microbiota or microbiota commonly observed in oral and nasal cavity. So that it tells us that environmental monitoring is important, but also using aseptic conditions in handling these materials in the lab are also important to prevent contamination. So the common sources of bacterial contaminations include water, dust, and handling of nanoparticles. Endotoxin is one of the byproducts of microbes. It's a component of the cell wall of gram-negative bacteria. The reason why endotoxin attracts so much attention, because historically endotoxin is known, very well studied, as a potent pyrogen. It induces fever responses even at very low, like in picogram quantities, and may induce cytokines, activate human immune cells. But when it is present in higher quantities, it may lead to cytokine storm, septic shock syndrome. And common sources of endotoxin in nanomaterials are the same as in case of bacterial contamination, but it's starting materials, water, and processing of the particles. When endotoxin is present in nanoparticle formulation, it may contribute to nanoparticle toxicity. So what I show you on this slide is example where cytokine response, in this case I'm showing you TNF alpha, was observed with a nanoparticle formulation. And if we test this formulation in the presence of TLR4 neutralizing antibodies, and TLR4 is one of the essential components of endotoxin receptor on the cell surface, we suppress this response, and we don't observe this suppression with isotype. This confirms to us that endotoxin is responsible for this inflammatory response in nanoparticles. Endotoxin in nanoparticles may lead to erroneous data, wrong conclusions, may confound results of efficacy and toxicity studies, and also may contribute to immunogenicity of protein-based targeting ligand. Another concern about endotoxin in nanoparticles is that some nanoparticles may exaggerate endotoxin-mediated inflammation. And so far, I'm aware of 3 mechanisms of how nanoparticles are doing this. Proton sponge effect is one of them. Physical rupture of lysosome by fibrous materials is another example, and also inactivation of negative regulator of inflammation, such as phosphoinositol-3 kinase. And so here we see example of the procoagulant activity of the lymphocytes in response to various concentrations of LPS, and LPS is used by itself. And then response to the same concentrations of endotoxin after cells were primed with cationic palmam dendrimers. So cationic palmam dendrimers by themselves at the concentration that we use in this slide do not induce procoagulant activity. However, after exposure of the cells to the dendrimers, cell sensitivity to LPS increases. And so this emphasizes the importance of not only screening nanoparticles for endotoxin, but also understanding how physicochemical properties of a given nanoparticle may contribute to endotoxin-mediated inflammation to avoid potential safety concerns. The grand challenge of nanomedicine is related to detection of endotoxin, because nanomaterials commonly interfere with common methods used for endotoxin detection. And here I summarize examples of this inhibition. So you see in this case, we cannot accurately recover endotoxin spike into nanoparticles because it is inhibited compared to the theoretical amount spiked in water, which we can accurately recover. And in this case, I'm showing the enhancement detected by spike recovery is more than 200%, and inhibition is spike recovery less than 50%. And here I name some of the examples of the nanoparticles which may cause inhibition of endotoxin detection methods and activation. If anyone is interested about approaches to overcome interference, I'm happy to discuss this. Also on our website, you can find a guide that we prepared to help researchers to decrease endotoxin contamination and also to avoid or overcome interferences if you run into these interferences. My next case study is related to reviewing in vitro and vivo correlations. Why it is important you understand, right? Because you hear for many years the 3R principles, that everyone globally is working on trying to reduce the use of animals in research. But if we reduce the animals, then the next species that would experience the new drug formulation would be human. And so we need to make sure that the new formulations are safe for administration into human. And for this reason, it's important to understand what in vitro assays may have good correlation to in vivo. In this case study, I will look at hypersensitivity reactions. But before doing that, I want to review a top level of other immunotoxicities. So common toxicities with nanoparticles include hemolysis, complement activation, cytokine induction, thrombogenicity. And in vitro assays to assess these properties have very good in vitro and vivo correlation, so which is a good news. Some immune function tests have challenges. For example, CFUGM is used to detect myelosuppression. But in vitro, you take bone marrow precursors for CFUGM test and you incubate them with nanoparticles. This test allows direct interaction between nanoparticles and bone marrow precursors. If in vivo nanoparticles do not distribute to bone marrow, then finding of in vitro CFUGM assay become irrelevant. So we always have to keep in mind that some function tests, in vitro tests, need to be considered in the context with pharmacokinetic studies, with clearance rates, with biodistributions of the nanomaterial. And for my case study, I'm using delay type hypersensitivity reactions. The traditional in vivo method to assess these reactions include local lymph node assay or local lymph node proliferation assay, in which test material is administered to animals on 3 consecutive days. Then the animals are rested for 3 days. On day 6, they are given treated thymidine, and several hours later, lymph nodes are isolated, and we look at the number of proliferating lymphocytes. The alternative to this...
Marina, sorry for interrupting you. It's just to tell you that we are almost finishing the time. You have still 6 minutes.
Okay. So I have 6 minutes?
6 minutes without questions, but if you could...
Okay, yeah, I will wrap up. So for in vitro tests, we are looking, thank you. So for in vitro tests, we have 2 cell models, THP and U937, and we observe overexpression, treatment-mediated expression of CD54, CD86 markers by flow cytometry. And so here we used 29 formulations representing 7 different types of nanomaterials. And we found that in vitro tests have greater rate of positive response than in vivo model. And so here I'm showing you some examples with micellar nanoparticles. We observe very good in vitro, in vivo correlation. we see positive response in vitro and in vivo. But with these materials, with dendrimers, for example, we see positive response in vitro, but we don't see it in vivo. So our group approached this study the following way. Due to the easy and cost efficient way of conducting in vitro tests, we screen all formulations using in vitro assays, and then we use in vivo assay to verify positive findings in vitro assays. So here I just show you some additional challenges that, depending on the type of the mouse strain that you use for in vivo assay, you may have different result for nanoparticles, but not for positive controls. And the reason for that is positive controls are usually stronger, and then you have a lower inflammatory response or lower response from nanomaterials. You may or not may observe it depending on what strain of animal you are using. I already introduced this case study about nucleic acid nanoparticles. And in this part of the presentation, I want to share with you how we use these physicochemical properties characterized by Dr. Afonin's lab and immunological properties characterized by my team to explore machine learning approaches. We collaborated with Alex Zakharov and Sankalp Jain from the National Center for Advancement of Translational Sciences, and they developed several they tested several known computer algorithms, and they developed this transformer M2 algorithm to look at the physicochemical properties of the nucleic acid nanoparticles to predict interferon response. It's a publicly available platform that researchers could use to enter the sequence of oligonucleotides that they use for assembly of nucleic acid nanoparticles and obtain a prediction of type 1, type 3 interferon response before conducting biological studies. So with this, that's at the end of my presentation. I would like to spend a couple of minutes to tell you about how to become an NCL collaborator. Our lab provides free preclinical testing. You don't have to pay for it. For cancer nanomedicines, what researchers need to do to access this resource is to submit a white paper application. It's a 4 pages short document. We accept white paper applications once a year in March and September of each year. As you see, the majority of our collaborators come from academia and industry. Most of them are from the US, but we do support international collaborators. If you're interested to learn more about our white paper application process, please let me know. You can also find information on our website. So here I provide contact information for the Nanotechnology Characterization Lab, and I would like to acknowledge members of my team for their dedication and their hard work in generating the data. Without them, I would not be able to share any case studies with you. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Marina, for this excellent talk. We need to learn a lot about immunology here. We have a question here that I think that you just answered, just a very fast one. Dr. Tandapani, can you put here, Carlos, please? So would you be able to perform cytotoxicity analysis if we send the samples? I think that you just answered, right? If so, would you offer the service free collaboration or payment? It's the white paper that you were saying, right?
Yep. Yep. Yes. So yeah, submit the white paper application, and our team of reviewers will consider it. The projects are accepted based on scientific merit. If you want to learn more about the Say Cascade application, please feel free to email me. My email is, Andres has my contact information, and we can discuss it further.
Dr. Marina, can you mention a little bit about, there is a course also that you have every year, right? Apply. Can you mention a little bit about that?
Yeah, so what we have is a guest researcher program. The guest researcher program is designed for undergraduate and graduate students, and but we also had postdocs applying to this program. you need to contact NCL with your and describe what you would like to learn, what assays from our assay cascade you would like to learn. If we have, resources to accommodate that, then we, submit paperwork and we bring you in as a guest researcher. As a guest researcher, you will be trained by our staff on conducting characterization. You can bring your materials and characterize your materials in our lab using our standardized assay cascade.
Fantastic. I think that we have time just for one more question. So Dr. Ingrid Ramos from Pará, from Universidade Federal do Pará. It's in the north of Brazil. Thank you for your talk, Dr. Marina. How are nucleic acid nanoparticles delivered to cells?
Yes, so they are delivered to cells using a variety of agents. Lipofectamine is one of them. Dendrimers, I showed you, basically same transfection reagent or delivery reagent that you can use for delivery of traditional nucleic acids, you can use for delivery of nucleic acid nanoparticles.
So do you think that, Marina, biodegradation rate would play a role in the immune stimulation? Because you showed a lot of results with organic type of nanomaterials, although you had also worked with some inorganic. So what do you think about this biodegradation rates? Have you guys have done anything about that?
Yeah, this is fantastic question. So with, absolutely, because it depends on what, induces immunological responses. If intact particles induces, inflammatory responses or any immunotoxicities, then as it degrades, then toxicity may, decrease. And the other way around, if toxicity comes from the degradation product, then you will not see immunotoxicity with the pristine particle, but you will start seeing toxicity over time as material starts degrading.
Let's see, yeah. Marina, unfortunately, we are in time already to the next presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
I really appreciate that you got some time for talking with us. I highly appreciate that. Thanks again for accepting our invitation. It was a great pleasure.
Absolutely, thank you.
Dr. Rabo? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Is Dr. Rabo here?
Yeah.
Hi, Dr. Rabo. How are you?
Good. How are you? So let me
I'm
see
fine.
what I can share my slides. It looks
Okay.
like I upload my file. Is it?
I'm not sure. May I just mention a little bit about you for the participants? A little bit of your
I can
CV.
share. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Dr. Weibo Kai is a Villas Distinction Achievement Professor of Radiology, Medical Physics, Material Science and Engineer, and Pharmaceutical Science at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He received a bachelor degree in chemistry from Nanjing University in China and a PhD degree in chemistry from the University of California, San Diego. Between 2005 and 2008, he did his postdoctoral research in molecular imaging program at Stanford University. In February 2008, he joined the University of Wisconsin-Madison. He has authored more than 400 peer-reviewed articles with a total citation of greater than 40,000 times, H index of 106, edited 3 books, given more than 360 talks. He has served on the editorial board of more than 20 scientific journals like Theranostic, Journal of Nuclear Medicine, European Journal of Nuclear Medicine, Molecular Imaging, Molecular Pharmaceutics, Bioconjugate Chemistry, and several others. Dr. Weibo Kai, I really appreciate that you got the time to share your knowledge with us. It would be a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you very much, Andres. Can you see my screen? Can you see my slides?
Yes. We
so
can
it's
see.
full screen? Okay.
Full screen. Perfect.
All right. Thank you very much, Andres. It's great to be a part of this advanced school of nanomedicine. I've heard of this before, and it's great to be a part of this. So today I'm going to show you some of the work we did over the years about theranostics, which is kind of a combination of imaging and therapy with radiolabel nanomaterials. And there are different ways of radiolabeling. I'll show you a few different examples about how we radiolabel certain nanomaterials so that we can measure how much of those nanomaterials goes to each tissue. Because with radio labeling, we can do a very accurate quantification. And also, we are not limited to cancer. We can apply the nanomaterials in many other different diseases, and I'll also show you a few examples. In terms of disclosure, I work with several different companies that play different roles. I'm also the editor-in-chief of Journal of Nanobiotechnology and associate editor of EGNMMI. So this is mostly an imaging journal, while this is mostly a nanobiotechnology journal. Kind of what we are working on is half related to imaging, half of them about nanobiotechnology. So as a background, I was trained as a chemist. I got my PhD from University of California, San Diego. I worked with Professor Murray Goodman. He passed away many years ago already. When I was a PhD, I was mostly working on peptides, using a kind of peptide-like, collagen-like peptides for biomaterial applications. And after that, I moved to Stanford University as a postdoc for 3 years. And those are some of the pictures of the campus of Stanford. It's really one of the most beautiful campuses in the world. And shown on this are some of the major areas of molecular imaging. When I was a postdoc, we mainly target cell surface receptors. For example, the overexpressed receptors on the cancer cells. And we use peptides, proteins, antibodies, antibody fragments to target those cell surface receptors for both imaging and therapy applications. When I was a postdoc at Stanford, the very first project that I did was actually using RGD peptide, which binds to integrin alpha beta 3. We use that to target the quantum dots to the tumor. And basically, here is a schematic of the quantum dot conjugated with RGD peptides. That's the atomic force microscopy image to make sure the quantum dots are monodispersed, they're not aggregated. And here shows cell-based staining. You can see the cell membrane are stained when there is RGD. When there's no RGD, there's minimum non-specific binding. That's a tissue staining. You can see a lot of staining in the tissue. That's in vivo imaging, ex vivo imaging. Basically, with RGD, you can see the tumor. You can clearly see it here. Without RGD, there's very little binding. So this was optical imaging using a light as an imaging technique. Subsequently, we started working on some radio-labeled nanomaterials. That was when I was a postdoc at Stanford. We collaborated with Professor Hongji Dai's group, and Zhuang Liu is now a superstar in kind of nanomaterials, and he was a PhD student at that time. So that time we worked on carbon nanotubes, single-wall carbon nanotubes. Essentially, we did very much similar things. We used RGD peptide as a targeting ligand to target carbon nanotubes to the tumor. And we did the radio labeling. So copper-64 is a radioisotope with a 12-hour half-life, so it can image for a few days after injection. The 2K means the polyethylene glycol coating on the nanotube is about 2,000 molecular weight. So 2,000 seems to be not enough for a very good coating for in vivo performance. So as you can see, at half an hour, you see a little bit of signal in the blood pool, meaning the nanotube is still circulating, but it doesn't circulate for much longer. When we coat it with a longer polyethylene glycol, like 5,000 molecular weight PEG, you can clearly see there's much higher signal in the blood pool. So it does have more time for tumor targeting, and we can see the tumor uptake is much higher. This is all PET image, like positron emission tomography, using the radioisotope as a detection, as a signal. For PET imaging, we can do very accurate quantification. So all of these are shown at the exact same scale, decay corrected. So the scale is from 0 to 20% of injected dose per gram of tissue. So it's very obvious that when you see brighter signal, it's high uptake. So the liver uptake is quite high, but then the tumor is almost as high as the liver, higher than all the other normal tissues. So the targeting effect was actually quite good. We did many different control experiments to make sure that the targeting is indeed specific. Those are different kind of control experiments. So all of them showed much lower uptake in the tumor, except this kind of study group, just to confirm the specificity. So those were some of the representative work when I was a postdoc. And after I became an independent assistant professor, that was about 16 years ago, February of 2008. I moved to University of Wisconsin-Madison. Now I'm a full professor here. And this is my group website. You're more than welcome to take a look. That stands for Molecular Imaging, MI. WISC are the first 4 letters of Wisconsin. So it's very short and easy to remember. We work on 3 different areas, molecular imaging, nanobiotechnology, and also targeted therapy. We primarily focus on cancer, but we also work on several other diseases, as I'll show you a little bit later. So in terms of the imaging techniques that we work on, this is a review article we wrote in Agvanti several years ago. We mostly work on PET, positron emission tomography. So this uses radioisotope as a kind of as a signal. And we also work a little bit on magnetic resonance, photoacoustic, and optical imaging. I'll show you some brief examples of this as well. So we use PET as a key. It's kind of something we work on a weekly basis. It's a very accurately quantitative. There's no tissue penetration limit, so you can image animals. It can also potentially image patients if we can translate this into the clinic. While MR optical photoacoustic serves as a kind of validation of the signal that we see in vivo based on PET. Because PET imaging, we're imaging the radioisotopes. If the labeling is not very stable, you are seeing the isotope, you may not really see the nanomaterials. So it will always be good to have another cross-validation method so we can measure the nanoparticles itself to confirm the signal. So when we see the signal from the 2 different imaging techniques match, that means it's quite stable in vivo. I'll show you some examples. In terms of the PET imaging, at the University of Wisconsin, we have a cyclotron group that is really one of the world's best. They've made a lot of different radioisotopes. And over the years, we've worked with them quite a bit, and then showing blue are some of the radioisotopes that we have already published on. Those different isotopes have different decay half-lives, so we can, depending on what we want to label, depending on how long we want to image, we can use different isotopes. But on a weekly basis, we work on copper-64 and zirconium-89. Those are kind of, our cyclotron group also sell those isotopes to many other universities or institutions within the United States. And for copper-64, it has a 12-hour half-life. Generally, we can image 4 to 6 half-lives after injection. So for copper-64, we can image 2 to 3 days after injection, while for zirconium-89, the half-life is about 3 days, so you can image up until a week or maybe even 2 weeks after injection. That's a photo from the cyclotron group. So they are not a very big group, but they are all very good. We've worked on many different nanomaterials for drug delivery applications, and one of them is mesoporous silica nanoparticles. Those are made from silica and oxygen, and this is generally regarded as safe by the FDA. And the mesoporous silica means the pore size is about 2 to 3 nanometers in size, so you can use that to load small molecule drugs. For example, about 10 years ago, we did this mesoporous silica nanoparticle-based drug delivery. We target CD105, and we use an antibody called TRC105 to target the tumor. We again use radio labeling copper-64, so we can quantitatively measure how much goes to the tumor, how much goes to the liver. And here shows a TEM image of the silica nanoparticles is about 80 to 100 nanometers in diameter. For the drugs that we load, the small molecule drug, we use doxorubicin, which serves as a model drug. You can measure how much was loaded, how quickly was released. And here shows the in vivo imaging data with the targeting of CD105, which is on the tumor vasculature. You can clearly see the tumor uptake is quite high. And when we use a non-targeted group as a control, so basically everything is the same, except we don't have this antibody. You see much lower uptake in the signal. We can also do blocking experiments to confirm the specificity. So all of these are shown at exactly the same scale. You can see the tumor uptake is higher. And so here we are measuring copper-64. We also did ex vivo imaging using the fluorescent signal of doxorubicin because it's fluorescent. You can see that in the tumor, there's a lot stronger signal in the targeted group, which is on the top, comparing to the non-targeted group. So this, we're measuring the drug that we deliver to the tumor, while this, we're measuring the radioisotope that we use to label those mesoporotic nanoparticles. When I did the quantification, it's about the same 2 to 3 fold difference. So this gives us confidence that indeed they are staying together in vivo, so they are quite stable in vivo. This is a review article we wrote also about 10 years ago, basically summarize everything we did for tumor targeting. Basically, we target the tumor vasculature rather than the tumor cells, because a lot of nanomaterials may not go out of the vasculature, it may just stay in the vessels. So we focus on targeting tumor vasculature because the targets are immediately accessible after we do intravenous injection. And for that, we can use different systems. We can use RGD peptides to target integrin alpha beta 3. We can use TRC105 that I just mentioned that target CD105. We can also use VEGF to target VEGF receptors. So all of these are vascular targets, and that worked across a variety of different nanomaterials. So basically, there's a lot of debate about EPI effect, the enhanced permeability and the retention effect. And for different tumor models or different nanomaterials, it may have very different levels. For us, it doesn't matter much. We try to maximize the passive targeting if there is an EPI effect. When there is no EPI effect, we target the tumor vasculature, which is independent of the EPI effect. So that can typically enhance the tumor uptake by several fold. Of course, that also depends on how much is a non-specific uptake. So basically, this is one slide that summarizes our more than 10 years of work. When we do tumor targeting, we target the vasculature rather than the tumor cells, because the vascular targets are immediately accessible for binding. The other area that we spent a lot of time on over the last decade is something we call intrinsically radiolabeled nanomaterials. Many nanomaterials, there are many papers, there are a lot of them kind of have had a hard time to go into the clinical translation. There are many different reasons for that, of course. For example, the nanomaterials are typically quite complicated, so it's very hard to do GMP or very expensive to do GMP for clinical studies. I think another major reason is that for a lot of the nanomaterials, we don't know where it goes, how much goes to the liver or kidney or other normal tissue. So if we don't know the biodistribution, then the FDA will not be very comfortable to move that in human studies. So in my opinion, one of the best ways to do this, to measure the biodistribution, is through radiolabeling, because it's highly quantitative. You can measure it at any depth of the tissue, and it could also be clinically translated. But if we label the nanomaterials using the conventional method, it's kind of adds a few more steps to the existing procedure. That makes it even more complicated. So we've been working on ways to label the nanomaterials, make it simple so that we hopefully can help with the clinical translation. And before we started on this area, we actually also wrote another review article, tried to kind of look into the literature about what have been done. And we try to cite every single paper we could find. And there are different categories. I won't mention any details here. If you're interested, you can look at the review article. Basically, there are 4 major categories, while we mostly work on specific trapping. Essentially, we can do chelator-free labeling. Typically, when you label a nanoparticle, you will need a long-lived radioisotope. And those are commonly radiometals like copper-64 that I just mentioned. Generally, you need a chelator. It's a microcycle to coordinate with the radiometal. And we can do labeling without a chelator. I'll show you some examples. Or when we make the nanoparticles, the chelator was already incorporated into the system so that we don't need an additional step to do chelator conjugation, purification, so that once we have the nanomaterial, we can just mix it with the radioisotope and we can do radiolabeling. So that will make it much easier. I'll show you some examples. When we first started on this about 10 years ago, that's when PET-MR scanners became commercially available. That's probably 2010, 2011-ish. Those are some of the PET-MR scanners. This is a different scanner, but I just want to show it here. It's a 2-meter long PET scanner. For example, we know that iron oxide binds to arsenic very tightly, but nobody have done radioactive arsenic. And we have a great collaborator, our Sectron group, that they can make arsenic. So basically, we make the iron oxide nanoparticles. they mix arsenic, they bind to each other very tightly. Those has already been reported. So we end up with a radio-labeled iron oxide nanoparticle, and this can be used for PET-MR imaging. So here we use the PET imaging to detect the lymph nodes, while MR here, lymph nodes, there's nothing changed on this side because nothing was injected, while on this side, the lymph node was initially bright, now it's much darker. So here, MR, we're measuring the iron oxide nanoparticle, while PET imaging, we're measuring the radioactive arsenic. The fact that those two are matching quite well indicated that it's actually quite stable in vivo. So in this case, there's really no chemistry, just simple mixing. They bind very tightly to each other, and we have a PET-MR agent. I've also mentioned that we work on mesoporous silicon nanoparticles. Those are silica oxide. And we've done a lot of zirconium labeling. Those are 3-day half-life radioisotope. And we've used that to label antibodies quite a bit over the years. And typically for that labeling, you need some chelator with oxygen because zirconium likes oxygen rather than nitrogen. So that's typical way of labeling an antibody. You link this chelator to the antibody, then mix it with the radioisotope, you get a zirconium labeled antibody. So oxygen coordinate with zirconium. So we thought maybe we can use the oxygen inside the mesoporous silicon nanoparticles. We can just use this oxygen to coordinate with zirconium. So we don't need a desferol, which is a chelator I showed a few seconds ago. And it turned out it actually worked quite well. If we have a mesoporous silicon nanoparticle, that's about 100 nanometers in size. We did a rough calculation. There are about 3 million oxygen atoms in each nanoparticle. So there's plenty of oxygen to coordinate with zirconium. What's even better is that because this is mesoporous, most of the oxygen are inside the mesopores, like kind of hidden inside the cave. So they are not exposed on the surface. So that was actually quite stable. And we did did the scan for several weeks, and we don't really see any zirconium falling off. And the labeling is concentration dependent, time dependent. So with that, we can label silica-based nanoparticles with zirconium relatively easily. So with that, we can do a lot more now that labeling is not a problem, we can do a lot more complicated things. And for example, imaging, image-guided drug delivery, that's also a review article we wrote several years ago. Over the years, we've worked on many different silicon nanoparticles. So the mesoporous silicon nanoparticles that I just mentioned, the pore size is 2 to 3 nanometers. In diameter, you can load small molecule drugs. We have also made hollow mesoporous silicon nanoparticles. So it's similar to mesoporous silicon nanoparticles, but there's a hollow cavity inside. So we can load a lot more drugs. We can also make the pore size larger, so that becomes biodegradable mesoporous silicon nanoparticles. So that can biodegrade over time, so there's less concern of potential toxicity. We can also make the silicon nanoparticles much smaller, so that's ultra small porous silicon nanoparticles. The size is about 10 to 15 nanometers. It's kind of like an antibody. For all of these silicon nanoparticles, the chemistry is relatively straightforward. There's already silicon, oxygen. You can easily modify the surface or the pores so that it can contain either nitrogen or sulfur. So whatever chelators you are using for labeling a radiometal, generally speaking, you are using a combination of these atoms, oxygen, sulfur, or nitrogen. So we can modify silicon nanoparticles to contain any of these that we need, and we can use that to label a variety of different different radioisotopes. Some can be used for imaging, some can be used for therapy. I'm not saying we have labeled all of this, but we have labeled probably at least half of this already. And it worked, generally it worked quite well. I'll just show you one example. This is ultra small porous silicon nanoparticles. That's about 10 to 15 nanometers in size. And because it's very small, most of the oxygen are on the surface of the nanoparticles rather than inside the pores. So we can do radio labeling without a chelator, but it's not super stable. So for this, we still use a conventional method using DOTA, which is a macrocycle, as a chelator to label certain radiometals. So the chemistry is relatively straightforward. We can use yttrium-86 or yttrium-90 for the labeling. And here is the TM structures of the ultra small porous silicon nanoparticles. And when we use yttrium-86, which is a PET isotope, which we can use for imaging, you'll see that those nanomaterials circulate for quite some time. Even at 12 hours after injection, you still see quite high uptake in the blood pool, in the large vessels. And after about a day or 2 days, you can see the tumor uptake is quite high. The tumor uptake is much higher than all the normal tissue. So here we're using imaging to measure the biodistribution of the radiolabeled nanomaterials. Since the tumor uptake is really high, while all the normal tissue has pretty low uptake, if we switch the imaging isotope, yttrium-86, to a therapeutic isotope, which is yttrium-90, we can easily delay the tumor growth. So this is true theranostics, meaning that we use the exact same chemical entity for both diagnostics and therapy. And we use yttrium-86, a PET isotope, for imaging, for measurement of the biodistribution. And then after we confirm the biodistribution in the tumor, we use yttrium-90, which is a therapeutic isotope, for treatment. So we summarized that in a Council of Chemical Research review article several years ago, talking about different ways to radiolabel silica-based nanoparticles and different applications. We've also worked on other nanomaterials, for example, bioresponsive nanomaterials. And in this case, it's the oxidized version of the palm. It's a very small nanomaterial, just a few nanometers in size. After this is injected intravenously, it can get reduced in the tumor by the GSH, the glutathione, and then it can also get protonated because the tumor microenvironment can be quite acidic. So the small nanomaterial, 1 to 2 nanometers, after it's reduced, protonated, it can self-assemble into much larger nanomaterials. In vitro, it could be a few hundred nanometers or even micrometer sizes. And when it becomes bigger, it gives you a stronger photoacoustic signal. But for this to respond to the tumor microenvironment, you'll need that to circulate for quite some time. And this is an oxidized version of the palm, so there's oxygen in this nanomaterial. So when we make those nanomaterials, we just throw in some zirconium. As I mentioned, zirconium likes oxygen. So we can get radiolabeled oxpalm. And you can see that it does circulate for quite some time. At 1 hour, you can still see the blood pool signal. So it does circulate for a few hours. So it does have time to respond to the tumor microenvironment. And we can measure the tumor signal of the self-assembled nanoparticle. So that's the kind of the product after it responds to the tumor microenvironment. We can measure what's the best time for the tumor to have the peak uptake, which is about 6 to 8 hours after injection. So at that time, we're shining an infrared laser that can be used for photothermal therapy, and that can shrink the tumor. So basically, we use intrinsic radiolabeling to measure the biodistribution, to measure the circulation lifetime. And then we use photoacoustic imaging to measure the final product that can be used for photothermal therapy. So that's kind of essentially this work that we did several years ago. So these are zirconium, which really likes oxygen. We've also worked on copper. And this is one work we did with Professor Jonathan Lovell many years ago. I won't go into any details, but basically they want a photoacoustic imaging agent. And this is something that can absorb light very intensely. For this to absorb light, they have this kind of molecules that's already in the middle. So that's a porphyrin-like structures. The size is about 20 to 30 nanometers in size. So once they made this nanoparticle, they can ship it to us directly because this is a porphyrin-like structure. The 4-nitrogen can coordinate with the metal. So we can do radiolabeling immediately without any additional conjugation of the chelator. So that makes it much simpler. For photoacoustic imaging, it gives you very good kind of spatial resolution. You can see sub-millimeter resolution. It also gives you very good temporal resolution. You can see the mouse intestines contract about 30 times a minute, but it just doesn't give you a very good tissue penetration. And that's where the PET imaging can really help. As I mentioned, in this nanomaterial, the chelator is already incorporated when they made those nanomaterials, even though the initial intent was for photoacoustic imaging. But we can, after they made the nanoparticle, we can mix with copper-64, we can get the radiolabeled version, we can use that for PET imaging. And as I'll show you on the next slide, PET, positive emission tomography and photoacoustic tomography are really very complementary and synergistic. The labeling even is very simple. It's actually quite stable. We can you can see 80-90% of the stability after 24 hours. So photoacoustic tomography, PAT, give you very good spatial resolution, give you also very good temporal resolution, while positron emission tomography, PET, give you pretty much everything else. It's highly quantitative. It's tomographic, meaning you can image the whole body. It's also potentially clinical translatable. So this, when you combine those two, it's really 1 + 1 can be greater than 2. Another area that Professor John Lovell was working on was kind of the vaccines. So during the COVID, they also made this COVID-19 vaccine. And their vaccine, they use a receptor binding domain as the antigen. He started a company many years ago. He got this vaccine, GMP, and he was ready to do the human studies. But then the FDA asked him to provide the biodistribution data, which is quite challenging. But luckily, in October of 2020, which is the worst time of COVID in the United States, they shipped us their liposomal vaccine, and we mix it with copper. We can radiolabel it immediately, and we can get the biodistribution data. That kind of convinced FDA that this is safe enough to go to the human studies. Essentially, after we do intramuscular injection, all you want to see is that it goes to the inguinal lymph nodes, and indeed it did go to the lymph nodes. The reason why we were able to do this very quickly is that in their vaccine, they always add some porphyrin phospholipid. So in the liposome, in their liposomal vaccine, there's a molecule of this already. So you see the 4-nitrogen that can coordinate with the metal. So their liposome, when they ship it to us, we just mix with copper, we get the radiolabeling. And this vaccine was actually completed phase 1-2 trials in Korea. And when I checked with him a few months ago, it already finished phase 3 trial in another country, and it's under review by the FDA for approval. But you might say, COVID is already behind us, so this may not have much use. But for the vaccine, typically most of the vaccine technology is a platform technology. So if you don't use this COVID-19 antigen, use a different kind of antigen, it should work very much the same. So as a matter of fact, we also labeled 2 other vaccines for their company a few months ago, and those 2 are not really related to COVID-19. It's for other applications. And essentially, we see very much the same data. So they are actually doing human studies of those 2 vaccines. They are moving to phase 1 clinical trials. The reason why we were able to do that was because their vaccine have this porphyrin phospholipid, so we can do intrinsic radiolabeling. It does not complicate the whole procedure. So we were able to provide the data within a few weeks. So I'm very proud that something we worked on actually helped certain nanomaterials to move into human studies. And I'm very excited to see that. And also the phase 3 trial was a success. So I want to make sure of that. So that worked actually, they met the primary endpoint, so it's considered as a very successful phase 3 trial. Hopefully the other 2 vaccines, it will also have similar result in the next several years. So over the years, we worked on many different nanomaterials. Most of them are listed on this slide. I'll just show you one work that we did with DNA nanomaterials. Essentially, DNA, generally, it's a double strand. But if you know how to design DNA nanostructures, you can make that different sizes and shapes. For example, this is an atomic force microscopy image of the DNA nanostructures. That's basically all DNA. You can also make that 3 flower and a bird. You can make very complicated structures with DNA if you know how to design those. So a few years ago, we collaborated with several different groups, and they have made this DNA origami nanostructures. We want to see where it goes in vivo. So we did some radiolabeling, and then based on the biodistribution, we designed some experiments. So we tried 3 different kinds of nanomaterials, like the rectangular, triangle, and also the tubular versions. When we radiolabeled them, again with copper-64, interestingly, we saw most of them got trapped in the kidneys. Different sizes and shapes have very much similar data, but the rectangular one has a higher uptake and also longer retention in the kidney. And we know that DNA can scavenge reactive oxygen species, so we thought maybe we can use the DNA as a drug to scavenge reactive oxygen species. We can use that to either protect the kidney or we can treat certain kidney diseases. So a long story short, we generate this acute kidney injury model, the AKI model, and we inject the DNA nanostructures early on so that it can protect the kidney from AKI. And we did a lot of different studies to measure the kidney function. Basically, we found that indeed it does protect the kidney from the acute kidney injury. Again, I don't have time to go into the details of this particular study. We also measure the blood biomarkers like creatinine or blood urea nitrogen to confirm that indeed it worked. And here is a histology to confirm that this is a kind of the non-treated group. You'll see a lot of damage in the kidney pointed by the arrow. This is a healthy mice, while this is a treated mice. You can see it's kind of much closer to the healthy mice, while all the other control groups showed a lot of damage to the kidney. So over the years, we worked on many different nanomaterials. Most of the time we do radiolabeling, we confirm the biodistribution. A lot of them got trapped in the kidney or go through the renal clearance. So we have a whole series of papers in this regard. And depending on, since the nanomaterial goes to the kidney, if we use certain nanomaterials that can have therapeutic effect, then we can use that to prevent kidney disease or use that to treat certain kidney disease. We also summarize that in another Council of Chemical Research review article talking about different kind of nanomedicines for kidney disease management, both imaging and therapy. That was also a few years ago. The last example I'll show you is taking advantage of nanomaterial accumulation in the liver, because when we inject nanomaterials intravenously, it goes to either the kidney or the liver. That's the clearance organ. Many times the liver uptake is actually bad, while in this case, we can take advantage of the liver uptake. For example, this is a serial nanoparticle that's about 5 nanometers. We know that's really good for scavenge reactive oxygen species, and reactive oxygen species are the cause of many different diseases. So when we do this serial nanoparticles also have oxygen. So we can, when we made those nanoparticles, we're just mixing with some zirconium-89, which is the PET isotope that I just mentioned. We can see that a lot of them goes to the liver, so which is something we actually want, because this serial nanoparticles can scavenge reactive oxygen species, and all of them goes to the liver, so it can protect the liver from certain disease. So we generate this hepatic ischemia reperfusion injury model. Basically, when we have the nanoparticles there, it can protect the liver for a certain period of time. If we just use the PBS as a control, there's no protection. And again, we measure the kind of the liver, the enzyme level. We show that indeed this can protect it. We also want to confirm that it's not because of the zirconium. It's a nanoparticle that's protecting the liver, because if we inject the free zirconium oxide, those are not labeled on the nanoparticle, just zirconium itself. You'll see most of them go to the bones, because zirconium just goes to the bone. In vivo, you don't see any liver uptake. So as a control, we confirm that the liver protection is not because of zirconium, but it's because of the serial nanoparticles. And this is kind of a fancy schematic to show that basically ischemia reperfusion injury, when you have serial nanoparticles, it can scavenge reactive oxygen species. You can protect the liver from certain diseases. In this case, it's a ischemia reperfusion injury model. If there's no serial nanoparticles, there's a lot of ROS and a lot of bad things can happen. So similarly, if we use another kind of nanomaterials, in this case, it's a carbohydrate-derived nano-antioxidants. Again, we can do the exact same experiments with this nanomaterial. This will behave similarly like the serial nanoparticles. It can prevent the liver. So basically, that's what this work is about. So to summarize, we worked on many different things, imaging and therapy, which I don't have time to show you. We did a lot of radiolabeling of certain antibodies or peptides. For nanomaterials, we did a lot of imaging and therapy studies. And I feel, in my opinion, intrinsically radiolabeled nanomaterials can really help the translation of certain nanomaterials, because you really want to know where it goes in vivo. And the different imaging techniques, I think if you're using them properly, they can really be synergistic. Like, for example, we use PET, positive emission tomography, as one of them. And the other one can be MRI, can be optical, can be photoacoustic. So that can really give you very good information that neither of them alone can offer. At least they should be complementary. So I need to thank a lot of people, our Sectron group, our collaborators, funding agencies, many companies that we've worked with. Over the last 16 years, we have more than 70 people coming in and out of the group. And that's a photo before COVID. Now my group is probably 1/3 or half of the size. And we already like this photo because in this photo, we see people from 7 different countries, United States and China, and also this one from Cuba, from India, from Korea, from Thailand, and from Brazil. And science over the years, we also have other people from other countries like Denmark, Sweden, Turkey, Lebanon, Iran, and Israel. So we have 13 countries represented in the more than 70 people in the group over the years. And the science is supposed to be without borders, but in real life, it could be a little bit more complicated. So with that, I'm also very happy that many of my group members, they move on to really good positions afterwards. Last time I checked the trainees in my group, those are kind of brand new jobs they got after they left our group. For example, if it's a PhD student, they did a postdoc somewhere else, and then they found a job afterwards. And the last time I checked, we have 8 professors, 4 associate professors, and 4 assistant professors. Some of them also moved to other career trajectories. For example, Christopher England is a postdoc, was a postdoc, is now an associate publisher in American Physiological Society. It's actually a very large publishing kind of entity. Emily Elleding was my student, and she's now working at Merck as a scientific director. So those are quite high-level positions. I'm very proud of what they have achieved after they left our group. We work together as a family. So that's every one of our group members over the first 15 years or so. And I really appreciated that all of them, they kind of trusted me enough and then spent some of the best years of their lives in our group. And also I'm super proud that they moved on to other really good positions afterwards. So with that, I'll stop here. I'll be happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Well, thanks, Dr. Kai, for this very interesting talk. We have some few questions here for you. So maybe we can start with Carlos. Actually, Dr. Kai, what could be done in terms of molecular imaging to obtain good results in the case of metastases that have different antigen expressions when compared to the primary tumor?
I mean, for that, I think nanomaterials may not be the best way to do for imaging of metastasis. I think radio-labeled, say, small molecules or antibodies or certain small proteins, that is used quite a bit in the clinic. I think, in my opinion, I still feel PET imaging, positive emission tomography, is the best way to detect whole body metastasis. For example, radio-labeled PSMA ligand or radio-labeled other things. It could also be FDG, like F18-labeled glucose analog. So those are you can scan the whole body and detect metastasis. For the radio-labeled nanomaterials, it's mostly for image-guided drug delivery. So imaging is kind of, for radio-labeled nanomaterials, imaging is mostly just a tool to measure the biodistribution rather than for detection. So I think for imaging, for detection, it's still small molecules or antibodies or antibody fragments, the new targeting ligands. Yeah.
So mainly it is PET, right? You cannot do that with MRI. There is no contrast agent that is able to.
MR or CT, you can. That's also often to detect tumor. Yeah, but that is typically may not give you very accurate molecular information. So you just look at the size. If there's different contrasts, I think just MR and the CT may not be enough. I think PET would be in most cases needed. SPECT could also work.
Okay.
The single photon emission computed tomography.
Great. We have another question here from Dr. Quentin Pankhurst, who gave a talk lately before. So lovely talk. Iron oxide nanoparts you mentioned were labeling by Arsenio. Have you looked at other radioisotopes?
Yeah, we worked on a few other isotopes because iron oxide, for that iron oxide, like zirconium also worked, like because it contains oxide. In one paper we did, actually, we tried many different kinds of oxygen containing nanoparticles. All of them worked actually quite well for zirconium. We've also tried a few other radioisotopes, as long as those isotopes kind of have a good kind of as long as oxygen, the certain isotopes like softer atoms, like certain, for example, copper likes sulfur or nitrogen rather than oxygen. So copper does not work very well for iron oxide. But then we worked on germanium 69, we worked on zirconium 89. Both of these worked actually quite well for the iron oxide nanoparticles.
So
there are a few other ones. Yeah.
The zirconium also attached to the surface? Zirconium?
Yeah. For that is on the surface, so it may not be as stable as the mesopore silica that I mentioned, because that one zirconium is hidden inside the mesopores. Yeah, so it does work. In some cases it's more stable, some cases less. So we did the in vivo image to confirm that, try to measure how stable it is.
Okay, we have another question here from India. Dr. Tandupani, thanks for the presentation. Professor Kai, could you please tell us how these radioactive elements will be eliminated from the body?
Oh, I mean, those radioisotopes, let's see, they have different decay half-lives. If you just inject the radioisotope itself, I guess typically the elimination is either liver or kidney. If it's radio-labeled nanomaterials, also it's either liver or the kidney. If the half-life of the radioisotope is quite short, then you just wait a few hours, it's decayed, then it's all gone. If the half-life is quite long, for example, zirconium-89, that's a 3-day half-life, it takes a while to decay away. Generally speaking, after 10 half-lives, it's pretty much considered as fully decayed. So the elimination is typically liver or kidney. In some rare cases, if it's carbon-11, it may be breathed out as carbon dioxide, but then most of them are just liver and kidney. That's a general clearance organ.
Okay. So when you were showing us this beautiful DNA origami study, you mentioned that DNA protects it from AKD. Could you make a comment furthermore about how it does that? What exactly is this?
That was kind of something, it takes several years to work on. Initially, all we wanted to do is that, there are many papers in, say, Science or Nature that made a lot of really interesting DNA nanostructures, various complicated kind of patterns. But then there were very few papers about, how you can use that for biomedical applications. So in the beginning, we just want to, radio label them, see where it goes. And then depending on where it goes, we design some experiments. And we found out that it goes to the kidney. So that was actually kind of the first several authors of the paper. They had a discussion, felt like, okay, we can use this for kidney. For example, when you do radiotherapy or when you do certain other kind of therapy, you typically are trying to break the DNA, so you cause some damage. And the way you break the DNA many times is because of a reactive oxygen species, just react with something and then breaks the DNA. So we kind of turn that around. Rather than use conventional radiotherapy, use ROS, reactive oxygen species, to break DNA. While we know that the DNA goes to the kidney, so we thought, okay, let's use DNA to absorb reactive oxygen species in the kidney disease. So we kind of turn it around. We use DNA as a drug, and then we thought, what were the models we could use? And then we use the acute kidney injury model. So when you generate the model, in the beginning, there's a lot of reactive oxygen species that causes a lot of damage. But then if we inject the DNA structures a little bit early on, that can absorb the ROS, that can prevent the kidney injury. So that's kind of how we did that study.
I see. Great talk, Dr. Weibukai.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I still have 2 minutes, but so
yeah, you do have. So because you have 2 minutes, let me go to another question.
It's so good. It's so good to see you. Hopefully, we'll meet again in another MRS conference, because I won't be able to go to Santos this year.
Yeah, sure. I'm sure that we will.
Yeah.
And we'll start to go to this molecular imaging conference too. So I certainly will find you there too.
Yeah. If you go to any of the imaging conference, definitely let me know for sure.
Yeah.
I know I went through a lot of materials, goes quite fast, but then all of them were published, so it's easy to search for the papers and look for more details. So I did not try to go into any details in the study. Just want to show an overview of something.
It was a great talk. People would be able to see it. We have one last question, which is very fast, 1 minute.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Tandapani, for a minute, is it advisable to use carbon and its derivative for cancer treatment?
Carbon, some people, that is, let's say if it's carbon nanotube, I guess it's kind of hard to convince FDA to do intravenous injection for that. So generally, I think for cancer, if we want, that's part of the reason why a lot of nanomaterials did not go to the clinic, partly because maybe the materials people are not sure about, the safety. So that's also part of the reason why we did the radio labeling, to make sure, clearance, biodistribution, etc. So I guess carbon may not be the best option. Generally speaking, you want something that's generally regarded as safe, something maybe biodegradable, something maybe cleared within a certain period of time from the body. So carbon may not be the best option, but I think a lot of them is about the surface coating, about the chemistry. If it's stable enough, carbon itself, if there's no surface coating, is definitely toxic. But if the coating is stable enough, the body don't really see what's inside, then I think it still could be. So I still feel chemistry is very important.
Great.
Yeah.
Abel, we are in time for the other talk. It was great to have you here.
Good to see you again.
Thanks for accepting our invitation. I'm sure that people can enter in contact with you later too.
Yeah. My email is easy to find. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, Weibo. Thanks a lot.
All right. Bye. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, so we are going to our final talk with Dr. Stephen Connolly. How are you?
Steve? Good. How are you?
We are fine. Going to the next one. Everything is working properly. So before passing to you, may I just mention a little bit about you? Here, Dr. Connolly is a full professor of bioengineering and electrical engineer and computer science at University of California, Berkeley, where he holds the Montfort G. Cook Endowed Chair. Dr. Connolly specializes in medical imaging and biosensing hardware with a focus on magnetic particle imaging and magnetic resonance imaging. His research group has built all of the magnetic particle imaging scanners now in the USA. He received his bachelor in electrical engineering from Boston University and his master and PhD in electrical engineering from Stanford University. He has more than 30 patents in various stages of approval, and more than half of these have been licensed by industry. It's great to have you here, Steve. And I know that it's early there, 7 o'clock in the morning, 7:50, right? Great that we were able to manage that. Thank you for accepting our invitation.
This is wonderful. I'm so glad you organized it. All right, so do I just hit present?
Yes, I guess it's just present, and Carlos is able to help us if it is needed. Present, and I think that the whole screen that you need to push also. Boom. Let's see.
Let's give it a shot.
Yeah, it's different than usually that you guys use, but we can work that out. Certainly.
Let's see.
Carlos, can you help?
I think
that if you click present and below, there you go. We are seeing the posters.
Perfect.
Posting the talk, and then we see the whole screen. Perfect, Steve.
You're good?
Yeah, we are good.
Perfect. Thanks. Okay. So thanks very much, Andres. I'm really happy to give a presentation on advanced magnetic particle imaging. We've been working on this for a little more than a decade at Berkeley. I used to work in the field of MRI. I'm an electrical engineer by training and a biomedical engineer by spiritual applications, I suppose. And so I've worked a lot with radiologists and cardiologists, but I'm going to warn you, I don't know as much about chemistry as much of the audience. And so, and I have a disclosure. I want you to know I do have a startup company in Alameda named Magnetic Insight. Okay, so what is magnetic particle imaging? Real quick executive brief. It's an entirely new imaging method. And there are really no human MPI scanners yet, but they're coming. They're very soon. There are 3 commercial preclinical vendors now, so you don't have to build your own scanner like we did. And I would argue it's already proof of concept in vivo studies on stroke, GI bleed, that's gastrointestinal bleed, pulmonary embolisms, and therapeutic white blood cell tracking. I would say it's promising, not yet competitive with angiography, cancer, and a few other things. And sort of the big picture goal, if you're an executive, is that it's a rapid zero radiation complement to SPECT and scintigraphy. So we're not going to show any real competition with MRI and CT because it really doesn't line up with those. It really does a wonderful job of competing with SPECT and scintigraphy. And today I'm going to talk a lot about what we've done the last 5 years on improving the spatial resolution. So this gives you an overview. Here's a TEM of about 23 nanometer SPIOs, that's super paramagnetic iron oxides. These are the tracers. We built this scanner a few years ago at Berkeley, and it's got a whole different architecture completely from MRI. It's actually easier in some ways than MRI to build, but here's the value proposition. You can actually see this gastrointestinal bleed beautifully in this color overlay on this X-ray scan on this mouse, which is a GI bleed model. And on a control animal, you can see absolutely nothing. And so this actually competes directly with what's called RBC scintigraphy, a clinical procedure for evaluating when you have a GI bleed. And it is the standard of care. People don't use MR angiography or CT angiography often to read out or to diagnose a gastrointestinal bleed, which is an emergency. If you have one, you can die very, very quickly. And we actually beat the sensitivity and contrast of RBC scintigraphy. So it's a pretty big deal. So my lab has gone through, at least 3 personality transformations over the last 15 years. We went into a very intense mode for about 6 years when we're just building magnets, scanners, preamps, lots of electronics and hardware. And so during that period of time, that's what we were focused on because we had to make a scanner and it had to work. So in 2016, we started the company, and the hardware group kind of left my, Berkeley, and they moved off to the startup, about 6 of my grads, and they started building the scanners. So naturally, I turned my group towards applications, and I showed what it was good for. But now I've also turned towards high-resolution MPI tracers, and I'm going to talk only about superferromagnetic MPI today. And I'm not going to really talk about any of the engineering. Anyone wants to hear about it, I could give a 4-hour talk. But today I'm going to really focus on these 2 topics. So from the very simple physics point of view, these SPIOs obey Langevin physics where they saturate. So any field stronger than about 5 millitesla, they saturate to almost 0.6 Tesla, depending on redox state. So you get this MH curve. And one thing is really salient is that it's about 22 million times stronger than what we image routinely in an MRI scanner. This allows us to go to micromolar sensitivity and maybe even better in the near future. To make an image, all we do conceptually is we take a magnetic field gradient. So let's say you have an iron oxide in the right side of your brain and an equal volume in the left side of the brain at these positions. If we move this gradient field across the field of view, the SPIOs always maintain adiabatically this curve. So if it's positive, they're flipped positive. If it's negative, they're flipped negative. And so if we swipe it across, then we get this time plot where the voltage reveals that there are 2 sources. All right, so what if this one was actually twice the mass of SPIOs? Then what happens? Maxwell's equation is linear, and so we would just get twice the voltage in a receiver coil. And so this is exactly what we talk about in medical imaging. All medical imaging scanners are to first order linear and shift invariant. And so that's all we do from the medical image reconstruction is we just do what I just showed you. And we actually proved mathematically that this is the derivative of the Langevin function scaled by the gradient, actually gives you your so-called point spread function. And so this is the blur, if you will, for imaging. You can think about it as the size of a paintbrush. So if you use a really big paintbrush, 10 centimeters, you can't make a very sharp painting. But if you use a really tiny brush, then you can actually make a really sharp painting. And so the thickness of our brush, so to speak, for the particles is measured in this full width half max. And I'll talk about that a lot. And this points out probably the biggest problem that I'll spend the last few slides on, which is the resolution of MPI. We're stuck at about 1.4 millimeters, which is great, and it would be great in a human, but in a mouse, it's actually not super competitive. And we can't really increase the strength of this gradient. 7 Tesla per meter is pretty much the practical maximum. And so what we really need to do, and I'll talk about it, is get down to 1 millitesla particle. All right, so we went through a lot during the 2013 and 2016 building these scanners. We got to 2 nanogram, which is roughly 1 micromolar, or 200 labeled cells anywhere in a mouse. And I'm only going to show data from the scanners, these 2 scanners. There are commercial scanners, including my own startup, Magnetic Insight. Bruker has a device. Pure Devices now put out a new devices. And so if you have a weaker gradient, of course, you're going to get worse resolution linearly. And so remember, I have a disclosure about this company. And so I would argue there's roughly about 30 MPI scanners that are commercial in academia, and maybe about 15 homemade MPI scanners. But I'm only going to show data from our own scanners today. And so this gives you an idea what it looks like if we have a helical phantom shown here, and this is a legal concentration, like FDA approved concentration of iron oxides. And we did a filtered back projection, 3D image reconstruction, and then we did a MIP, and you can see this is the image. If we cover it in tissue, there's absolutely no effect. And that's because there's no signal from tissue and there's no penetration decay. So there's 0 background signal, linear positive contrast. You don't have to do any mathematical inversion, 0 attenuation. All these things are great. Infinite reporter half-life. We've been able to image for almost 3 months. And there's 0 prep time, which from a real world standpoint is probably the biggest deal there is. And that's something it takes a while to realize that nuclear medicine takes about an hour per scan because you can't pre-label a radioactive tracer on the weekend and then scan on Thursday. You have to do the labeling with the hot tracer immediately before the scan. And we don't have to do that because of the infinite half-life. You can have a factory-bound antibody tracer or whatever you would like for your targeting. So MPI right now to me is all about the value proposition is creating a version of SPECT and scintigraphy without radiation. So it's fast, so there's no hot chemistry labeling issue. Everything can be factory labeled. The infinite half-life is a wonderful thing. One of the big trade-offs in nuclear medicine is you have to balance, poor SNR of a longer half-life versus like Indy-111 versus a wonderful half-life technetium-99. But then you can't see something that takes a long time, like white blood cells. You don't see it concentrate in infection or maybe even a tumor. Big deal. If you're going to track the function of CAR T or CAR NK, one of the great things is there's no cytotoxicity to the white blood cells, and that's a huge deal. Probably the least important to a doctor is the fact that there's no radiation to the patients. So I think I've made it clear we're going to aim for applications that complement nuclear medicine. So we've done cell tracking. Here you can see day 1. These pre-labeled stem cells are bigger than the capillaries in the lung. By day 12, they're in the liver and spleen. This isn't all that revolutionary to a physiologist because they knew that this is where they would go. But it's actually difficult to get with conventional imaging methods. MRI and ultrasound won't really work well in the lung. And then you would be hard pressed to get a half-life long enough to see in day 12. So we've also done some cancer imaging. I already mentioned GI bleed, lung perfusion, which is actually a really cool application, and white blood cells. But you can also see when you look at all of these images that they're kind of blurry. And that's probably the biggest application on the engineering and physics side. So I'm going to talk about that. Complicated topic is molar sensitivity versus dose-limited sensitivity. And so all the anatomic imaging modalities work great if the patient is 55 molar concentration of water. I think it's non-controversial to say there's a million times weaker signal-to-noise ratio if you were to have 55 micromolar. And the only way you can deal with that is to have bigger voxels. Tracer modalities have incredible energy per tracer, nanomole. And so technetium 99 can be as good as nanomolar, but you can't really go up to 10 nanomolar because of radiation concerns. Same thing is really true with MRI. You can sort of get millimolar concentration sensitivity with a, gadolinium chelated, but excretion toxicity and other toxicity issues mean you can't really go to a higher concentration. MPI is about 3 orders of magnitude worse molar sensitivity, 1 micromolar, but 1 millimolar is considered safe by the FDA. And so it's a little complicated. We win on dose-limited sensitivity, not concentration. But if you ask a radiologist, most of them don't really know exactly what the concentration is. It's just not relevant. So first physiology exercise, we realized if we do any venous injection with anything bigger than about 6 microns, including white blood cells or stem cells, then they're going to go into the right side of the heart, and then their first capillary bed they're going to hit is the lungs. And so 6 micron capillaries in the lungs for mice is the same size as for humans, and it's going to just be mechanically trapped. This is not biochemical, this is biomechanical. And sure enough, that's what we saw on day 1. These stem cells that we injected in the tail vein got stuck in the capillaries of the lungs. By day 12, the RES system had moved them to the liver and spleen. And just to show it is a 3D scan, so we can do that. Next thing is pulmonary embolism detection. This is a venerable study for more than 50 years. And this is actually a very common event between pulmonary embolisms and deep vein thrombosis. Just in the USA today, there's probably about on the order of 5 million rule out pulmonary embolism and DVT, because there's about 500,000 of these. And it's a pretty serious condition, about 80,000 die. Today, it's mostly diagnosed with CT pulmonary angiography, where you give a very high radiation dose and even more troubling, a high iodine dose. And maybe, on the order of a quarter of those are either pregnant women or chronic kidney disease patients. And they really shouldn't have the iodine. So for them, we use an older study called VQ, which is a ventilation perfusion study. An expensive, high radiation dose and slow on the order of 4 hours. And this is what the images look like. It's easy to think that this is kind of old school, but it's actually stunning that it can make an image with nanomolar concentration. And they use this unbelievably ingenious, 50, 60-year-old targeting idea of using 40 micron macroaggregated albumin with a technetium label. And this actually explains so much of medicine. It was created by an MD, not a PhD, but it was genius because the MAA doesn't cause a pulmonary embolism, even though it looks like it should because it's 40 microns. But they make sure that they titrate, about 0.1% of all the capillaries, about 1 billion capillaries in a human, and they only inject about 1.6 million. And they cleverly made it so the MAA would dissociate in a few hours. So nobody dies from this study. And the idea is that if there's a blockage, an invisible blockage, then you can actually see it as a whole in the MAA image. Totally ingenious to think of this in 1960. Great thing is all we had to do is replace the technetium reporter with an iron oxide reporter. This is, again, biomechanical marking or targeting, and it worked, perfectly the very first time. We never had to worry about it. So I want to replace CTPA and VQ for pregnant women and CKD patients. I think is pretty compelling, not for all applications. We can also do the lung ventilation part because in the VQ study, and here we had to, typically patients breathe in a radioactive gas. Again, these look kind of old school, but they're actually used every day and they actually give crucial information. We were able to create this dispersal. We manufactured our own 3D printed aerosol disperser, mixed the SPIOs into saline, and then we were able to get this lovely image of the lungs compartment. So you can get both the alveolar image, this is alveolar, and then you can get the perfusion image in the lungs with MPI. So John Carter actually worked in my lab 20 odd years ago at Stanford when he was an electrical engineering student. Now he's a surgeon at UCSF, and GI bleeds are a very common condition, very deadly. And the standard of care today is RBC scintigraphy, where you take out the patient's red blood cells, you label them with the technetium reporter, re-inject them, and then you do a digital subtraction angiography to find out if there's any tiny little bleed. So they like this because the technetium gives them the most sensitive bleed, even though they would prefer to use something like CT angiography. It's got a lot of issues: poor resolution, slow, and high cost. And the biggest of these is, of course, speed, because it's an emergency diagnosis. And so what we did is we just had a long circulating pegylated particle from Loadspin Labs. And here you can actually see this extravasation after the digital subtraction angiogram. And you can see actually in 2 hours, it's really easy to see the bleed. The wild type animal, the subtraction that we did from the T=0 scan is just perfect. And this wouldn't work well in MRI because of motion artifacts. So I think that in the future, one of the big applications is going to be stroke imaging. And this is a subtle argument. Our image resolution doesn't compete yet with CTA or with MRA. However, the background signal being 0 is crucial. So even unresolved capillaries are visible as a blush in the image. And so this is really ideal for stroke, CBF, and the blood volume is only 5%. So motion in the background tissue is really a big headache for both CT and MR. And so you can see that if you have this calculated cerebral blood flow, which is really important to stroke diagnosis, and it allows you to figure out when to treat a patient with TPA, which is really important for ischemic strokes, about 85%, but it can be deadly if you have a hemorrhagic stroke. So by the biggest high pressure decision in medicine, perhaps, is if you can quickly figure out if it's an ischemic or hemorrhagic stroke. I think MPI could actually help a lot with that. And so we've been working on that. We did our first work with traumatic brain injury. And here you can see the bleed beautifully right after. This is our control study. And we published that a few years ago. Obviously, I think there's tremendous interest in this crowd with cancer screening. Everybody knows that mammography can miss tumors, especially for women who are premenopausal. Here you can see the normal fibroglandular tissue on this premenopausal patient, and buried underneath all that fibroglandular tissue is a tumor that was only obvious on a scintigraphy study. This is not standard of care. We won't be doing scintigraphy. The radiation dose is considerably more than a mammogram, and the cost is more than an order of magnitude greater. So the real question is, could we get this image on the right with MPI? And I highly recommend everyone read Warren Chang's slightly depressing article in Nature Reviews from 2016, where he points out that it's difficult to get more than 1% of a mass of a nanoparticle to target a tumor. And so it's hard to compete with, Pat, as the last speaker mentioned. So what we did is we just had a long circulating particle, and in certain tumors that had the EPR effect, we could see concentration in the tumor. But because this is a whole body scan, you can actually see what's going on. Most of the nanoparticles, just due to pegylation, are really just circulating a long time, but they eventually get pulled into the liver and spleen. And that's why only about 1% is going to the tumor. So this is still an outstanding problem. Obviously, there's dozens, if not hundreds, of targeting schemes that are being explored, and I hope one of those can help with this 1% effect. What we've been pursuing is to try to use the patient's own immune system, much like Indium 111 white blood cell scan, to actually see infection. So here, this is a patient X-ray CT study, and here you can actually see what's really going on, that there was an osteomyelitis, a little bone infection in their heel. And so if we can reproduce this and actually beat it, that would be a huge advance. Radiologists really don't like white blood cell Indium 111 imaging, and I think it's because of specificity and the duration. It takes a long time to do the study. They use Indium 111 only because they need that half-life, that 2.8-day half-life, to see the infection. It takes a while, and they often will take 2 days for this study. One thing to keep in mind, it took me a while to realize this, the entire radiation dose to a so-called 70 kilogram patient is first absorbed in about 70 milligrams of white blood cells. And, not too difficult to show that that's a 1,000,000-fold higher radiation dose to the white blood cells. And if you think about that a minute, it's kind of a little worrisome because we're counting on those white blood cells actually knowing how to find infection, inflammation, and maybe even cancer. But we hit them with 1,000,000 times higher radiation. So that's problematic. And these are neutrophils and macrophages, whereas CAR T and CAR NK are much, much more sensitive to radiation than neutrophils and macrophages. So as a result, we've been really looking into MPI as a way to deal with that. And you can actually see some beautiful uptake with this antibody SPIO that targets neutrophils and macrophages in circulation. So we just did a tail vein injection, and then we saw them home to the bone marrow. So this is really exciting. You don't have to pull out the white blood cells, fractionate them, label them, re-inject. This is much, much simpler. You inject, and you can actually bring the patient back a week or 2 weeks later because there's no half-life constraints. Great thing is there's no white blood cell cytotoxicity. You can speculate maybe that would actually improve the specificity of the study because the white blood cells are going to naturally home better than they might have with that high radiation dose. I like it for cancer imaging because you don't need the so-called enhanced permeability and retention effect of the tumor to work. And so I'm real excited about maybe this could lead to cancer diagnosis with better specificity than we have today. And a lot of articles report that about half of a tumor mass is so-called tumor-associated macrophages. So that's why we're excited about that. And I should point out the antibody was anti-LY6G. I'm going to point out a couple of papers that we wrote, years ago on magnetic fluid hypothermia. The concept is we would have an IV and targeted SPIO. It would concentrate in the tumor, and then we could just heat only the tumor. There are a lot of challenges with this. I'm sure some of the audience are aware of this. Most of the tracers actually wind up in the liver and spleen, which you can't also heat. A big issue is fundamentals of electromagnetics mean that the wavelength, which is about 50 meters at the typical RF heating of 340 kilohertz, means you cannot focus. It doesn't matter how many coils you have, you cannot focus the magnetic field finer than lambda over 2. And so you wind up heating the liver more than the tumor. And so we worked on one thing to fix that. We used the gradient field to create a nonlinear effect, and that allowed us to heat up the targeted tumor here. This is co-labeled with bioluminescence, and so you can see by parking the magnetic field gradient origin right here in an MPI scanner, the untargeted wasn't destroyed as much, but then the targeted was destroyed more. And the only caveat here is it's an intratumoral injection, And I worry that if we can't do better targeting, maybe with white blood cells, I'm not sure this will go clinical because we don't always know where to do the injection. So the intratumoral injection makes this a little bit less exciting. One thing that MPI gives us is a natural contrast mechanism. So in MRI, we have T1 and T2. And MPI, we have Brownian and Neelian relaxation. Brownian is very interesting. Actually, they're both interesting. But I just wanted to point out we've done some in tabletop measurements, and we can actually, make measurements with a very tiny mass, 100 nanograms is fine, of these particles, and they obey the physics equations beautifully. And we've been able to do, we haven't done this in vivo yet, but it works fine in vitro. And you can, all the PIs in here will be astounded that the theoretical fit, a straight line, of course, for the Brownian curve should scale linearly with viscosity. And look, they all go through the origin, which is very gratifying. When the relaxation time gets too high, we see this perfect switch off between Brownian and then the faster Neelian. So whichever one is faster is the one we observe. And so we're excited about using this for either determining if a labeled cell is still alive, because there are mechanical changes due to viscosity. We can also use it for binding studies, which is a unique medical imaging capability. And we can use it for sensors as well. And so we've done this a little bit, published it a few years ago, showing viscometry that we can actually measure from the time constant. We can get a beautiful viscosity map, and it should work in vivo. We can actually do binding. We've only done streptavid and biotin in a test tube so far. All right, now I want to put most of the rest of the talk into probably the most exciting part of the last 5 years in my lab, which is really fixing the big weakness left in MPI, which is spatial resolution. We really are more like this blurry, and we need to get it sharp. And part of the reason here is we've been reusing MRI tracers for a long time, and we really need a specially designed tracer, in my opinion, and we've been developing that for 5 years. And so here's our, why I'm excited. So we're calling these super ferromagnetic. I'll explain why in a sec. And we're getting almost up to, on occasion, mostly it's 10-fold, but once in a while we get up to 28-fold higher SNR and resolution. And that's in X, Y, and Z. And so you can see our normal tracer that most people use, VivoTrax, in the MPI field. And you can see here faintly a UC because I did SNR normalization between these two scans. And here you can see a much, much sharper point spread function from our new tracers. Like I said, the best we've ever done is 0.4 millitesla resolution, which is quite a bit better than 12 millitesla. It's dimmer because of that, lower SNR per picogram. And so we worked a lot on this, and we developed this chaining hypothesis to predict, a dozen experiments so far. And so this is super exciting to figure out. I kind of like nanoscale physics. And so the applied field is about 6 millitesla. If the particles are forming a chain, then the dipole field from adjacent particles is actually at least an order of magnitude stronger, depending, of course, on the shell thickness between these separated dipoles. And so we settled on this term SFMIO, or super ferromagnetic tracers. And the reason for that is, I'll show you in a second, is kind of hilarious. Wikipedia calls super ferromagnetism the magnetism of an ensemble of magnetically interacting supermoment bearing material particles that would be super paramagnetic if they were not interacting. So that's a mouthful. There's very few papers, only a few dozen in the history of the literature on super ferromagnetism, but we didn't have a good name for it. And so we didn't want to name it ourselves. So we adopted that from the literature. And if you're into the mathematics of MPI, this is the Langevin function I talked about. Normally we have an applied magnetic field, and that's deterministic. And normally alpha is 0. So there's no contribution from the chain. And that just means that you're assuming that they're non-interacting. Okay, and so if you put in alpha is not 0, then you get an interacting, and it's actually a nonlinear positive feedback model. And so we've actually, I'm not going to bore you with the details. We put a lot of work into this, and you can actually simulate that chain Langevin equation, and you can actually simulate the M versus H, and you get this characteristic behavior that looks very ferromagnetic. And then you get this incredible steepness with coercivity and remnants. And so these are the same particles here at low concentration. It's super paramagnetic. At high concentration, they form chains, and we see this unbelievable steepness. And you can see qualitatively the simulation and the data are in good agreement. So this steepness gives us high SNR and a sharp point spread function. So it's exactly what we want. Of course, the coercivity, the shift in the x-axis is not what we want, but we can deal with that. Okay, so this has been working in vitro for a while, several years, but we haven't been able to get it work in vivo. I just got NIH funding in October to solve this big problem. And part of the reason is there's a lot of physical chemistry constraints to the chemistry. So we need these linear chains, and they have to be in an arbitrary orientation. We also need to control the chain length, which is very hard because if a chain is favorable, the chains want to be infinitely long, but then they're a projectile. And so we've sort of settled on n equals 2, meaning a dimer, or n equals about a little more than a dozen, because then we don't have to worry about coercivity dispersion. And fortunately, we found out that rigid chains should work, and that's because the mechanism of rotation is Neelian, not Brownian. So here's a quiz question for you out there. Why don't SBIOs, which are just as magnetic as this floor cleaner and that chair, why don't they move in a strong field gradient? So right outside an MRI scanner, there's about a 5 Tesla per meter field gradient. This isn't from the gradient coils. This is actually from the B0 coil because it's got 6 coils in it. And so the magnetic field falls off to the 13th power in space. And so ferrous oxygen bottles have been implicated in several patient fatalities, all because they get pulled right into the middle of the magnet. But our SBIs don't move. And you probably already figured this out. The main reason is Stokes-Drag scales better at the nanoscale. So Stokes-Drag scales like linearly with the radius of the particle, whereas the magnetomotive force on each particle scales cubically. And so this cubic at the nanoscale is weaker than the Stokes-Drag, and so you don't move when you're in nanoscale. Unfortunately, if we have a long chain N, then all of a sudden, just like the Peloton effect or a train, you're going to cut down the drag per person. And so eventually, with a long enough chain, we are going to see motion that could be fatal to the patient. So we can't use long chains. So my ingenious grad student, Chinmoy Sayuja, has simulated this effect for long chains and short chains. And we see something in the simulation that is cause for concern. If we have different coercivity in an ensemble of particles, we're going to get a lot of blurring in our final ensemble point spread function because all of these are going to flip at a different time in our scan. And so he did a simulation and it kind of in a satisfying way, anything longer than about 12 nanoparticles has about the same coercivity. And so that's very reassuring. We can actually work with a long particle and not worry about it. And also dimers should work. This is n equals 2. So I just got this funded from a UO1 grant, and we've brought in some real chemists. So Greg Tikhomorov is in EECS at Berkeley as a new hire. He had previously worked in Sam Gambir's group at Stanford in radiology, and also as a postdoc at Caltech doing DNA origami. He's got a wonderful postdoc, Yi Feng. Ben Fellows was a postdoc in my lab. Jacob is now a grad student at Stanford. And so one of the ideas we're going for the dimers is to use DNA origami to tie these together. And we hope this is a loosey-goosey type of binding, and then in an applied magnetic field, we could get that chain formation at an arbitrary angle. I also brought in Phil Messerschmidt, a material scientist who's very skilled with materials like PEG, and so we can actually use that to create so-called P-pod encapsulations. And one of our earlier successes, it's not magnetic, but Yifeng was able to synthesize gold nanoparticles, and she's showing really good control over length. We're setting up a magnetophoretic separation to break apart, the 4 furs, 3 furs, and 1 furs, and so on. And so we should be able to titrate size as soon as she gets this to be moving into SPIOs instead of gold. Last topic I want to touch on in 4 minutes is what's the ultimate resolution limit of FMIOs and MPI. We kind of routinely get 1 millitesla resolution, which is, about 10 times sharper than the commercial standards. So 10 is enough because every factor of 10-fold boost in tracer resolution could be traded off for 100-fold scanner cost reduction. And that's because gradient cost and power scales quadratically. And so if that's true, then, this is an enabling advance. The tiniest little element of the MPI scanner could change everything in the whole setup. But we don't know what the fundamental resolution limit is. Only one time we got 0.4 millitesla, and we have no idea why that happened. And as an electrical engineer, I want things to be a little more deterministic, but we don't know the answer to the deep question, could we ever get to 100 microtesla? I mean, this is 400 microtesla. If we did that, we would get even another factor of 100. So we think that what's happening is the ultimate resolution limit is due to some of these contributions. So Chinmoy has actually implemented and experimentally confirmed a number of really detailed Fokker-Planck and SFMIO simulation tools. He's one in a generation grad student. The last thing I wanted to show is, if we were to use Yifeng's setup, these are pretty mechanically constrained. So these particles in the chain won't be able to mechanically rotate. And so we've been thinking a lot about what's the mechanism of this individual particle and this one in the chain. How do they rotate? Is it Brownian? Is it Neelian? If it's Neelian, it turns out it's field dependent. So is it Neelian at 0 field, which would be the simple gas, or is it Neelian relaxation at the coercivity field strength? So I'm putting my bets down on that it's Neelian relaxation at the coercive field strength, and I'm happy to go on to a long cartoon about that. And so fortunately, we were able to do a fairly simple experiment recently where we used styrene to freeze chain particles. So we had, not a particularly high resolution particle, but we had 5 millitesla resolution in blue, and you can see it's got the coercivity on our scanner, and so it is super ferromagnetic. And then what we did is we buried the entire thing in styrene to freeze it and mobilize it, and we actually got better resolution, which is quite remarkable. We didn't expect to be better. And then if we actually apply this chain perpendicular to the B field, the excitation field in our AWR, our relaxometer, you can actually see that you almost get no signal. And that's what we expected because we need the transmit field to actually flip along the direction of the chain. So these particles are, in a sense, anisotropic. However, if they're free to form chain at any angle, you won't ever notice that. So we were able to do this because they're frozen. We actually just put it in perpendicular. All right, so I think I'm right on time. I want to acknowledge all the funding agency, all the wonderful people in my lab, and I'm happy to answer any questions. My email is right here. And so let's see.
Hi, Steve. Thanks for this excellent talk. Really amazing. We have some few questions here from the audience.
Okay.
Even from the participants. Carlos, can you put here a questions from Dr. Quentin Pankhurst. In the introduction, you mentioned 1.4 millimeters resolution at 7 Tesla per meter. Is this feasible in a clinical scale system? What about with your superferromagnetic materials?
Well, the people who are building clinical scanners are not aiming for 7 Tesla per meter. It's more like an order of magnitude smaller. And I want to point out that over the decades, that's the same scaling rule between mouse and humans in human MRI. So in human MRI, it's typically about 40 millitesla per meter gradients. And for a mouse, they want to go to something like 400 millitesla per meter. The reason is you want to have the same sort of digital resolution in the animal, and that means that the analog resolution is an order of magnitude finer. So that's good. 0.7 Tesla per meter isn't crazy expensive in a human. 7 Tesla per meter, it would not only be very expensive, it would also be potentially difficult to deal with both FDA safety considerations of SAR and to BDT. So I don't think anybody out there is even considering going over maybe 1 Tesla per meter in a human.
Okay, so we have another question here from Cindy. Carlos, can you put here? Maybe Cindy also can enter here in the field. We are finished, Quentin too. Carlos, if you could. So Cindy Dennis is actually asking if it's actually the control of the magnetic anisotropy in the dipole chains. You want to enter?
I mean, that
regarding the superferromagnetic materials, I guess, the resolution.
I mean, you can definitely think of it that way. That's totally fine. I mean, it's just a different nomenclature. And I'm not a nanoparticle guy. I'm a double E, and so I just think about it as positive feedback. And it turns out that we see exactly the same behavior in a Schmidt trigger amplifier. If you have positive feedback, you actually get that hysteresis curve perfectly duplicated. So, it could be that. That's the more standard way to discuss it is magnetic anisotropy of the dipole chains. And we certainly see geometric anisotropy of macro scale.
See, I don't know if you have other questions here. No? So let me ask you, one of the things that how far we are, it's a normal question. People all ask you the same probably.
Oh,
how far we are for the clinical MPI scan?
So, you'll get a different answer from any of the 3 startups that are, I mean, Bruker's not a startup, but if you talk to any of the manufacturers, GE, Philips, Siemens, right now, Philips was one of the, early, innovators in this field. They're no longer in it. And I think that they recognize that we need a new tracer first. I'm not really sure. I wasn't privy to their conversation, but they put a very strong group, and they're not active in it. They did work with Bruker, which is great, and Bruker is very active in this at the preclinical level. Going clinical, I'm very hopeful that we get this 28-fold resolution boost. I don't think we need that much. I think we do need maybe a factor of 5 improvement in resolution, something like a 2 millitesla, particle. And then I think it'll be very competitive with SPECT and scintigraphy. And that's what you got to do. You can't go into this, saying it's novel or something like that, right? It's going to be extremely costly. Like just our startup alone has already raised $30 million. And so it's extremely costly, and there has to be a business model behind it to go clinical. And so if we don't, match up better than SPECT and scintigraphy, it'll be difficult, really difficult. If we get something like an order of magnitude, I think we can actually start to compete with, angiography, which is a big deal. We could, have a role in stroke. We could have a role in, angiography for certain things.
Okay, so Quentin is asking here if you have a first clinical target in mind.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think everybody has a first clinical target in mind, and nobody's agreeing with each other, but that's normal with a bunch of smart people. And so I actually think, cancer would be the most exciting, obviously, but I don't think we have the targeting quite yet. I think CAR T, CAR NK could be very, very exciting. I think, more, I don't want to say bread and butter. I mean, if it's a loved one who has a, pulmonary embolism or a GI bleed, those are unbelievably important. And I think we could really add, clinical value there. And so I actually think those two might be the early adoption.
I see. So you saw some data, you showed some data with us with tumor-associated macrophages.
Yeah.
With macrophages, actually, you just inserted. So do you really need an antibody for that? I mean, because macrophages naturally like those magnetic nanoparticles, and we do see that we do know for some time by Weisleder and others that we could use MRIs, for instance, for mapping the macrophages. What do you think about that?
No, it's a very good point. And probably, without an antibody, it's going to be more affordable, which is great. We haven't done that study, just see normal uptake. And, these preclinical studies can be very expensive, and most of my students want to build some electronics. So we're not set up to do these long studies anymore. But, it could be that if you wait a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks, that all you'll see is uptake into the bone marrow, even without an antibody. And that would be very exciting.
I see. Okay. So I'm not sure, Carlos, do we have another question? Sorry. Well, very excited. Do you think about any other nanoparticle technology that could play a role? Like, for instance, there is cell membrane nanoparticles that are starting now. This technology aim or claim that we might be able to get a higher intratumor delivery efficiency. Do you think that this could be an interesting choice?
Oh gosh, I mean, anything that can get a better tumor delivery would be exciting. The one caveat I want to make is that the size of the particle, can affect, going through the blood-brain barrier and the coating, of course, and the charge. But we're not all nanoparticles work in MPI. So if you look at most of the MRI tracers that have been FDA approved or EU safety approved, they don't actually produce a good MPI signature, especially the ultra small SPIOs. And so we need it to be on the order of 23 nanometer to be a good SPIO. And then, of course, we haven't yet worked out exactly what's the ideal tracer for superferromagnetic particles. So we don't have perfect flexibility. If somebody's doing a really tiny, 4 nanometer particle, and then that leaks out better into, say, a GBM tumor in the brain, we're probably not going to be the as helpful as the last speaker said. I would probably look at using, technetium 99M or maybe even indium 111 or copper for that.
Okay, see. So we are actually close to finish, Steve.
Good.
Yeah. I guess I'm not sure, but Carlos, do we have any other questions from the audience? I believe that we do not. But it is actually right now, just for them, it is lunchtime here, Steve. So already it's 12:42 now. So I would like to thank you a lot for taking your time to be here and share your knowledge with us. It was great to talk with you, Steve. And I hope to see you soon somewhere.
Yeah. I'm going to just type my email into the chat. And if anybody's interested, I'm happy to chat with you.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks a lot again. Thank you all for participating. I don't know, Quentin, are you there? Just don't go yet, Steve. Are you there? Carlos, can you put Quentin and Cindy here? I'm not sure who else is there, and I'm not sure if Wade is there. Quentin is there, Cindy, and I'm not sure if there is there another person? Well, everybody has to work, right? Well, I would like to appreciate a lot all of you, of course, and I would like to thank the participants and, of course, my student Carlos, who helped us a lot. Carlos, thank you a lot for this.
Thank you, Carlos.
Thank, of course, all the speakers and the participants. So I hope that you guys have enjoyed it. I did, and I'm sure that everybody here can actually answer any questions that you guys have in the future. You have the possibility to get the email of them or enter in contact with us that we send to you. Okay?
Okay.
Thanks,
good.
guys. Have a nice day for
Cheers
all.
now. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.